Simon & Schuster Audio presents It Starts With Us, a novel by Colleen Hoover, read by Olivia Song and Colin Donnell.
This book is for the brave and bold Maria Blaylock.
Chapter 1. Atlas. The way ass-hole is misspelled in red spray paint across the back door of Bibbs makes me think of my mother. She would always insert a brief pause between syllables, making it sound like two separate words. I wanted to laugh every time I heard it, but it was hard to find the humor in it as a child when I was always the recipient of the hurled insult. Ass-hole, Darren mutters. Had to be a kid. Most adults know how to spell that word. You'd be surprised. I touch the paint, but it doesn't stick to my fingers. Whoever did this must have done it right after we closed last night. Do you think the misspelling was intentional? He asks. Are they suggesting you're so much of an asshole that you are a whole entire ass? Why do you assume they were targeting me? They could have been targeting you or Brad. It's your restaurant. Darren takes off his jacket and uses it to pry a large shard of exposed broken glass out of the window. Maybe it was a disgruntled employee. Do I have disgruntled employees? I can't think of a single person on payroll who would do something like this. The last person I had had quit was 5 months ago, and she left on good terms after getting a college degree. There was that guy who did the dishes before you hired Brad. What was his name? He was named after some kind of mineral or something. It was super weird. Quartz, I say. It was a nickname. I haven't thought about that guy in so long. I doubt he's holding a grudge against me after all this time. I fired him right after we opened because I found out he wasn't washing the dishes unless he could actually see food on them. Glasses, plates, silverware, anything that came back to the kitchen from a table looking fairly clean, he'd just put it straight on the drying rack. If I wouldn't have fired him, he would have gotten us shut down by the health department. You should call the police, Darren says. We'll have to file a report for insurance. Before I object, Brad appears at the back door, his shoes crunching the broken glass beneath his feet. Brad has been inside taking inventory in order to see if anything was stolen. He scratches the stubble on his jaw. They took the croutons. There's a confused pause. Did you say croutons? Darren asks. Yeah. They took the whole thing of croutons that were prepared last night. Nothing else seems to be missing, though. That wasn't at all what I was expecting him to say. If someone broke into a restaurant and didn't take appliances or anything else of value, they probably broke in because they were hungry. I know that kind of desperation firsthand. I'm not reporting this. Darren turns to me. Why not? They might catch whoever did it. That's the point? I grab an empty box out of the dumpster and start picking up shards of glass. I broke into a restaurant once, stole a turkey sandwich. Brad and Darren are both staring at me now. Were you drunk? Darren asks. No. I was hungry. I don't want anyone arrested for stealing croutons. Okay, but maybe food was only the beginning. What if they come back for appliances next time? Darren says. Is the security camera still broken? He's been on me to get that repaired for months now. I've been busy. Darren takes the box of glass from me and starts to pick up the remaining pieces. You should go work on that before they come back. Heck, they might even try to hit up Corrigan's tonight since Bibbs was such an easy target. Corrigan's has working security, and I doubt whoever it was will vandalize my new restaurant. It was a matter of convenience, not a targeted break-in. You hope, Darren says. I open my mouth to respond, but I'm interrupted by an incoming text message. I don't think I've ever reached for my phone faster. When I see the text isn't from Lily, I deflate a little. I ran into her this morning while I was running errands. It was the first time we've seen each other in a year and a half, but she was late for work and I had just received a text from Darren informing me we had a break-in. We parted somewhat awkwardly on the promise that she would text me once she got to work. It's been an hour and a half since then, and I still haven't heard from her. An hour and a half is nothing, but I can't ignore the nagging in my chest that's trying to convince me she's having doubts about everything that was said between us in that 5-minute exchange on the sidewalk. I'm definitely not having doubts about what I said. I might have gotten caught up in the moment, in seeing how happy she looked and finding out she's no longer married. But I meant every word I said to her. I'm ready for this. More than ready. I pull up her contact info in my phone. I've wanted to text her so many times over the last year and a half, but the last time I spoke to her, I left the ball in her court. She had so much going on, I didn't want to complicate her life even more. She's single now, though, and she made it sound like she was finally ready to give whatever could be between us a chance. However, she's had an hour and a half to think about our conversation, and an hour and a half is plenty of time to form regrets. Every minute that passes without a text is going to feel like a whole damn day. She's still listed as Lily Kincaid in my phone, so I edit her contact info and change her last name back to Bloom. I feel Darren hovering, looking over my shoulder at my phone screen. Is that our Lily? Brad perks up. He's texting Lily? Our Lily? I ask, confused. You guys met her once. Is she still married? Darren asks. I shake my head. Good for her, he says. She was pregnant, right? What did she end up having, a boy or a girl? I don't want to discuss Lily because there's nothing to discuss yet. I don't want to make it more than what it might be. A girl. And that's the last question I'm answering. I focus on Brad. Theo coming in today? It's Thursday. He'll be here. I head inside the restaurant. If I'm going to discuss Lily with anyone, it'll be Theo.
Chapter 2. Lily. My hands are still shaking, even though it's been almost 2 hours since I ran into Atlas. I can't tell if I'm shaking because I'm flustered or because I've been too busy to eat since I walked in the door. I've barely had 5 seconds of peace to process what happened this morning, much less eat the breakfast I brought with me. Did that actually just happen? Did I really ask Atlas a series of questions so awkward I'll be mortified well into next year? He didn't seem awkward, though. He seemed very happy to see me, and then when he hugged me, it felt like a part of me that had been dormant suddenly sprang to life. But this is the first moment I've had to even take a bathroom break, and after looking at myself in the mirror just now, I kind of want to cry. I'm splotchy, I have carrots smeared across my shirt, my nail polish has been chipped since, January. Not that Atlas expects or wants perfection. It's just that I've imagined running into him so many times, but not one of those fantasies starred me bumping into him in the middle of a hectic morning, half an hour after being the target of an 11-month-old with a handful of baby food. He looked so good. He smelled so good. I probably smell like breast milk. I'm so rattled by what our chance encounter might mean, it took me twice as long to organize everything for the delivery driver this morning. I haven't even checked our website for new orders today. I give myself one last look in the mirror, but all I see is an exhausted, overworked single mom. I make my way out of the bathroom and back to the register. I pull an order from the printer and begin making out the card. My mind has never been more in need of a distraction, so I'm glad it's been a busy morning. The order is for a bouquet of roses for someone named Greta from someone named Jonathan. The message reads, "I'm sorry about last night. Forgive me?" I groan. Apology flowers are my least favorite kind of bouquets to assemble. I always end up obsessing over what they're apologizing for. Did he miss their date? Did he come home late? Did they fight? Did he hit her? Sometimes I want to write the number for the local domestic violence shelter on the cards, but I have to remind myself that not every apology is attached to something as awful as the things that were attached to the apologies I used to receive. Maybe Jonathan is Greta's friend and he's trying to cheer her up. Maybe he's her husband and he took a prank a little too far. Whatever the reason for the flowers, I hope they mean something good. I tuck the card into the envelope and stick it into the bouquet of roses. I set them on the delivery shelf and am pulling up the next order when I receive a text. I lunge for my phone as if the text is about to self-destruct, and I only have 3 seconds to read it. I shrink when I look at the screen. It's not from Atlas, but rather from Ryle. Can she eat French fries? I shoot a quick response. Soft ones. I drop my phone onto the counter with a thud. I don't like for her to have French fries too often, but Ryle only has her 1 to 2 days a week, so I try to make sure she gets more nutritious foods when she's with me. It was nice not thinking about Ryle for a few minutes, but his text has reminded me that he exists. And as long as he exists, I fear that any type of relationship, or even a friendship between me and Atlas, can't exist. How will Ryle take it if I start seeing Atlas? How would he act if they ever had to be around each other? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I stare at my phone, wondering what I should say to Atlas. I told him I would text him after I opened the store, but customers were waiting before I even unlocked the door. And now that Ryle has texted, I've gone and remembered Ryle exists in this scenario too, which makes me hesitant to text Atlas at all. The front door opens, and my employee, Lucy, finally walks in. She always seems so put together, even when I can tell she's in a bad mood. "Good morning, Lucy." She flicks hair out of her eyes and sets her purse on the counter with a sigh. "Is it?" Lucy isn't at her friendliest in the morning. It's why my other employees, Serena or I, usually work the register until at least 11, while Lucy puts arrangements together in the back. She's much better with customers after a cup or 5 of coffee. "I just found out our place cards never arrived because they were discontinued, and it's too late to order more. The wedding is in less than a month." So much has gone wrong leading up to this wedding. I have half a mind to tell her not to go through with it. But I'm not superstitious. Hopefully, she isn't either. "Homemade place cards are in style," I offer. Lucy rolls her eyes. "I hate crafting," she mutters. "I don't even want a wedding now. It feels like we've been planning it for longer than we even dated." That's accurate. "Maybe we'll just call it off and go to Vegas. You eloped, right? Do you regret it?" I don't know which part of all that to address first. How can you hate crafting? You work at a flower shop. And I'm divorced. Of course I regret eloping. I hand her a small stack of orders I haven't gotten to yet. But it was fun, I admit. Lucy goes to the back and starts on the rest of the orders, and I go back to thinking about Atlas and Ryle and Armageddon, which is what the two of them in my brain at the same time feels like. I have no idea how this is expected to work. When Atlas and I ran into each other, it was as if everything else faded away, including Ryle. But now, Ryle is beginning to seep back into my thoughts. Not in the way thoughts of Ryle used to occupy my mind, but more in a way that feels like a roadblock. My love life has finally been on a straight path with no bumps or curves, basically because it's been non-existent for well over a year and a half. But now it feels like there's nothing but rough terrain and obstacles and cliffs ahead. Is it worth it? Of course, Atlas is worth it. But are we worth it? Is us potentially becoming a thing worth the stress it would inevitably bring to all the other areas of my life? I haven't felt this conflicted in so long. Part of me wants to call Elisa and tell her about seeing Atlas, but I can't. She knows how Ryle still feels about me. She knows how he'd feel if I brought Atlas into the picture. I can't talk to my mother because she's my mother. As close as we've become lately, I'd still never freely discuss my dating life with her. There's really only one woman I feel comfortable talking to about Atlas. Lucy? She appears from the back, pulling an earbud out of her ear. Did you need me? Can you cover me for a while? I need to go run an errand. I'll be back in an hour. She makes her way behind the counter, and I grab my purse. I don't get a lot of alone time now that I have Emerson, so I occasionally steal an hour here and there during the work week when I have someone to back up my absence at the shop. Sometimes I like to sit in my thoughts, and it's impossible to do that in the presence of a child, because even when she's asleep, I'm in mom mode. And with the constant flow of traffic at work, it's rare that I can find a stretch of peace without being interrupted. I've found that being alone in my car with my music on, and occasionally a slice of dessert from the Cheesecake Factory, is sometimes all it takes to sort through the knots in my brain. Once I'm parked with a clear view of Boston Harbor, I lean my seat back and grab the notepad and pen I brought with me. I don't know if this will help as much as dessert sometimes does, but I need to release my thoughts in the same way I've done in the past. This method has helped before when I need things to fall neatly into place, although this time I'm just hoping it helps things not to fall completely apart. Dear Ellen, guess who's back? Me. And Atlas. Both of us. I ran into him on my way to meet Ryle with Emmy this morning. It was so good to see him. But as reaffirming as it was to see him and to know where we both stand at this point in our lives, it ended a bit awkwardly. He was having a minor emergency with his restaurant and was in a hurry. I was late opening the store. We parted on the promise that I would text him. I want to text him. I do, especially because seeing him reminded me of how much I miss the feeling I get when I'm around him. I didn't realize how lonely I'd been feeling until those few minutes with him this morning. But since Ryle and I divorced... Oh, wait. Wow. I haven't told you about the divorce. It's been way too long since I've written to you. Let me back up. I decided my separation from Ryle should be permanent after giving birth to Emmy. I asked him for a divorce right after she was born. I wasn't attempting to be cruel in my timing. I just didn't know which choice I was going to make until I held her in my arms and knew with every fiber of my being that I would do whatever it took to break the cycle of abuse. Yes, asking for a divorce hurt. Yes, I was heartbroken. But no, I don't regret it. My choice helped me realize that sometimes the hardest decisions a person can make will most likely lead to the best outcomes. I can't lie and say I don't miss him, because I do. I miss what we sometimes were. I miss the family we could have been for Emerson. But I know I made the right decision, even though I sometimes get overwhelmed by the weight of it. It's difficult because I still have to interact with Ryle. He still possesses all the good qualities I fell in love with, and now that I'm no longer in a relationship with him, it's rare I see the negative side that ultimately ended our marriage. I think that has to do with the fact that he's on his best behavior. He had to be agreeable and not put up too much of a fight because he knew I could have reported him for all the incidents of domestic violence I experienced at his hands. He could have lost a lot more than his wife, so when it came to the custody arrangement, things were more amiable than I expected them to be. That may have been more because I put up less of a fight than he did. My lawyer was very straightforward when I said I wanted sole custody. Unless I was willing to drag the dirtiest parts of our rock bottom into a courtroom, there wasn't much I could do to prevent Ryle from getting visits with Emerson. And even if I were to bring up the domestic violence, my lawyer said it's very rare that a willing, successful father without a record who provides financial support would have any sort of rights removed. I was looking at two options. I could choose to press charges and drag this through the courts, only to be met with a very possible joint custody arrangement, or I could attempt to work an agreement out with Ryle that would satisfy us both while preserving our co-parenting relationship. I guess you could say we came to a compromise, even though there isn't an agreement in the world that would make me feel comfortable with sending my daughter off with someone I know possesses a temper. But all I can do is choose the lesser of two evils when it comes to custody, and hope that Emmy never sees that side of him. I want Emmy to bond with her father. I've never wanted to keep her from him. I just want to ensure she's safe, which is why I begged Ryle to agree to day visits for the first couple of years. I never told him outright it's because I don't know that I fully trust him with her. I think I might have blamed it on my breastfeeding situation and the fact that he's on call all the time, but deep down, I'm sure he knows why I've never wanted her to stay with him overnight. The past abuse is something we don't talk about. We talk about Emmy, we talk about work, we plaster on smiles when we're in the presence of our daughter. Sometimes it feels forced and fake, at least on my end, but it's better than what this could have been had I taken him to court and lost. I'll fake a smile until she's 18 if it means I don't have to share custody and potentially expose my daughter to the worst parts of her father on a more regular basis. It's been working out okay so far, if you don't count the occasional gaslighting and unwanted flirtation from him. As clear as I've made my feelings during this divorce, he still has hope for us. He says things sometimes that indicate he hasn't fully let go of the idea of us. I fear that a huge part of Ryle's cooperation rests on the notion that he'll eventually win me back if he's good enough, for long enough. He has it in his head that I'll soften over time. But life isn't going to happen his way, Ellen. I'm ultimately going to move on, and if I'm being honest, I hope I end up moving on in Atlas's direction. It's too soon to know if that's a possibility, but I know for a fact I'll never move back in Ryle's direction, no matter how much time passes. It's been almost a year since I asked Ryle for the divorce, but it's been almost 19 months since the fight that ultimately caused our separation. Which means I've been single for over a year and a half. A year and a half of separation between potential relationships seems like plenty of time, and maybe it would be if it were anyone other than Atlas. But how can I possibly make this work? What if I text Atlas and he invites me to lunch, and then lunch goes wonderful, which I'm sure it would, and lunch leads to dinner, and dinner leads to us falling right back into step with where we left off when we were younger. And then we're both happy, and we fall back in love, and he becomes a permanent part of my life. I know it sounds like I'm getting ahead of myself, but it's Atlas we're talking about here. Unless he had a personality transplant, I think you and I both know how easy Atlas is for me to love, Ellen. That's why I'm so hesitant, because I'm scared it will work out. And if it works out, how will Ryle feel about my new relationship? Emerson is almost a year old, and we've gone this whole year without too much drama. But I know that's because we've found a good flow that nothing has interrupted. So why does it feel like any mention of Atlas will cause a tsunami? Not that Ryle deserves the concern I'm currently feeling over this situation, but he has the potential to make my dating life a living hell. Why does Ryle still occupy an entire wall in my many layers of thoughts? That's what it feels like, as if these wonderful things happen. But as they start to sink in, they eventually reach a part of me that is still making decisions based on Ryle and his potential reactions. His reactions are what I fear the most. I want to hope that he wouldn't be jealous, but he will be. If I start dating Atlas, he'll make it difficult for everyone. Even though I know divorce was the right choice, there are still consequences to that choice. And one of those consequences is that Ryle will always look at Atlas like he's the thing that broke up our marriage. Ryle is the father of my daughter. No matter what man comes and goes in my life from this point forward, Ryle is the one constant that I'll always have to appease if I want the most peaceful experience for my daughter. And if Atlas Corrigan is back in my life, Ryle will never be appeased. I wish you could tell me what decision to make. Do I sacrifice what I know will make me happy for the sake of avoiding the inevitable disruption Atlas's presence would cause? Or will I always have an Atlas-shaped hole in my heart unless I allow him to fill it? He's expecting me to text him, but I think I need more time to process this. I don't even know what to say to him. I don't know what to do. I'll let you know if I figure it out. Lily.
Chapter 3. Atlas. We finally reached the shore, Theo says. You actually said that to her? Out loud? I shift uncomfortably on the couch. We bonded over finding Nemo when we were younger. You quoted a cartoon. Theo's head roll is dramatic. And it didn't work. It's been over 8 hours since you ran into her, and she still hasn't texted you. Maybe she got busy. Or maybe you came on too strong, Theo says, leaning forward. He clasps his hands between his knees and refocuses. Okay, so what happened after you said all the cheesy lines? He's brutal. Nothing. We both had to get to work. I asked if she still had my number, and she said she had it memorized, and then we said good... Hold up, Theo interrupts. She has your number memorized? Apparently so. Okay, he looks hopeful. This means something. No one memorizes numbers anymore. I was thinking the same thing, but I also wondered if she memorized my number for other reasons. Back when I wrote it down and put it in her phone case, it was for an emergency. Maybe part of her feared the day she'd need it, so she memorized it for reasons that had nothing to do with me. So what do I do? Text her, call her, wait until she reaches out to me? It's been 8 hours, Atlas. Calm down. His advice has given me whiplash. 2 minutes ago, you acted like 8 hours without a text was too long. Now you're telling me to calm down? Theo shrugs and kicks my desk to make his chair spin. I'm 12. I don't even have a phone yet, and yet you want my opinion on texting etiquette? It surprises me that he doesn't have a phone yet. Brad doesn't seem like he would be a strict father. Why don't you have a phone? Dad says I can have one when I turn 13. 2 more months, he says wistfully. Theo has been coming to the restaurant a couple days a week after school since Brad's promotion 6 months ago. Theo told me he wanted to be a therapist when he grows up, so I let him practice on me. At first, the talks we would have were intended for his benefit, but lately, I feel like I'm the one benefiting. Brad peeks his head into my office in search of his son. Let's go. Atlas has work to do. He motions for Theo to stand up, but Theo just keeps spinning in my desk chair. Atlas is the one who called me in here. He needed advice. I'll never understand whatever this is, Brad says, pointing between me and Theo. What advice do you get from my son? How to avoid your chores and win at Minecraft? Theo stands up and stretches his arms over his head. Girls, actually, and winning isn't the point of Minecraft, Dad. It's more of a sandbox game. Theo looks over his shoulder at me as he's leaving my office. Just text her. He says that like it's the obvious solution. Maybe it is. Brad yanks him away from the door. I settle back into my desk chair and stare at my blank phone screen. Maybe she memorized the wrong number. I open her contact and hesitate. Theo could be right. I could have come on too strong this morning. We didn't say much when we ran into each other, but what we did say had meaning and intent. Maybe that scared her. Or maybe I'm right and she memorized the wrong number. My fingers hover over my phone's keyboard. I want to text her, but I don't want to pressure her. However, she and I both know our lives would have turned out so different if I hadn't made so many missteps with her in the past. I spent years making excuses for why my life wasn't good enough for her to be a part of it. But Lily always fit. She was a perfect fit. I refuse to let her walk away this time without a little more effort on my part. I'll start with making sure she has my correct number. It was good seeing you today, Lily. I wait to see if she's going to text me back. When I see the 3 dots pop up, I hold my breath in anticipation. You too. I stare at her response for way too long, hoping it'll be accompanied by another text, but it isn't. That's all I'm getting. It's only 2 words, but I can read between the lines. I sigh in defeat and drop my phone onto my desk.
Chapter 4. Lily. Mine and Ryle's situation has been an unconventional one since Emerson was born. I don't think many couples file divorce papers at the same time they sign their newborn's birth certificate. As much as I was disappointed in Ryle for being the thing that forced me to have to make the decision to end our marriage, I didn't want to prevent him from bonding with our daughter. I cooperate with him as much as I can since his schedule is so hectic. I sometimes even take her to his work to visit him on his lunch break. He's also had a key to my place since before Emerson was born. I only gave it to him because I lived alone and was afraid I'd go into labor and he'd need access to the apartment. But he never gave the key back after her birth, even though I've been meaning to ask him for it. He sometimes uses it on the rare occasions he has a late surgery and has extra time to spend with Emmy in the mornings after I head to work. That's why I haven't asked for it back. But lately, he's been using the key to bring Emmy home. He texted me just before I closed the shop earlier and told me Emmy was tired, so he was taking her to my place to put her to bed. The frequency he's been using the key lately is making me wonder if Emmy is the only one he's trying to spend more time with. My front door is unlocked when I finally make it to my apartment. Ryle is in the kitchen. He glances up at me when he hears the front door shut. I grabbed dinner, he says, holding up a bag from my favorite Thai place. You haven't eaten, have you? I don't like this. He's been making himself more and more comfortable here. But I'm emotionally drained from the day already, so I shake my head and decide to confront the issue at a different time. I haven't. Thank you. I set my purse on the table and pass the kitchen, heading for Emmy's room.
I just laid her down,
he warns. I pause right outside her door and press my ear to it. It's quiet, so I back away from the door and head into the kitchen without waking her. I feel awful about my short response to Atlas earlier, but this interaction with Ryle is confirming all my concerns. How am I supposed to start something with someone new when my ex still brings me dinner and has a key to my apartment? I need to set firm boundaries with Ryle before I can even begin to entertain the idea of Atlas. Ryle chooses a bottle of red wine from my tabletop wine rack.
Mind if I open this?
I shrug as I spoon pad thai onto my plate. Go ahead, but I don't want any. Ryle puts the bottle back and opts for a glass of tea. I grab a water out of the fridge, and we both take a seat at the table. How was she today? I ask him.
A little cranky, but I had a lot of errands to run. I think she just got tired of going in and out of the car seat.
She was better when we went over to Elisa's. When's your next day off? I ask him.
Not sure. I'll let you know.
He reaches forward and uses his thumb to wipe something off my cheek. I flinch a little, but he doesn't notice. Or maybe he pretends not to. I'm not sure if he realizes the reaction I have anytime his hand comes near me is a negative one. Knowing Ryle, he probably thinks I flinched because I felt a spark. After Emmy was born, there were moments here and there when I would feel a spark between us. He'd do or say something sweet, or he'd be holding Emmy while he sang to her, and I would feel that familiar desire for him bubbling up inside of me. But I somehow found it within me to pull myself out of the moment every time. It only takes one bad memory to immediately dull any fleeting feelings I have in his presence. It's been a long, bumpy road, but those feelings are finally non-existent. I attribute that to the list I wrote of all the reasons why I chose to divorce him. Sometimes, after he leaves, I go to my bedroom and read it to reiterate that this arrangement is the best one for all of us. Well, maybe not this exact arrangement. I'd still like my key returned to me. I'm about to take another bite of noodles when I hear a muffled ping come from my purse across the table. I drop my fork and quickly reach for my phone before Ryle does. Not that he would read my texts, but the last thing I want right now is for him to even try to be polite by handing me my phone. He might see that the text is from Atlas, and I'm not prepared for the storm that would bring. The text isn't from Atlas, though. It's from my mother. She's sending pics of Emmy she took earlier this week. I set the phone down and pick up my fork, but Ryle is staring at me. It was my mother, I say. I don't know why I even say that. I don't owe him an explanation, but I don't like the way he's staring at me.
Who were you hoping it would be? You practically lunged across the table for your phone.
No one. I take a drink. He's still staring. I have no idea how well Ryle can read me, but it looks like he knows I'm lying. He spins his fork in his noodles and looks down at his plate with a hardened jaw.
Are you seeing someone?
There's an edge to his voice now. Not that it's any of your business, but no.
Not saying it is my business. Just having a casual conversation.
I don't respond to that because it's a lie. Any recently divorced husband asking his ex-wife if she's seeing someone is making anything but casual conversation.
I do think we need to have a more serious conversation at some point about dating, he says, before either of us brings other people around Emerson. Maybe lay some ground rules.
I nod. I think we need to lay ground rules for a lot more than just that. His eyes narrow.
Like what?
Your access to my apartment. I swallow. I'd like my key back. Ryle stares stoically before he responds. Then he wipes his mouth and says,
I can't put my daughter to bed?
That's not what I'm saying at all.
You know my schedule is crazy, Lily. I hardly get to see her as it is.
I'm not saying I want you to see her any less. I just want my key back. I value my privacy. Ryle's expression is tight. He's upset with me. I knew he would be, but he's making this into more than it is. It has nothing to do with how much I want him to see Emmy. I just don't want him having easy access to my apartment. I moved out and divorced him for a reason. It's not going to be a huge change, but it's one that needs to happen, or we'll be stuck in this unhealthy routine forever.
I'll just start keeping her overnight then.
He says it with such conviction while eyeing me for a reaction. I know he can feel the discomfort I'm suddenly drowning in. I keep my voice calm. I don't think I'm ready for that. Ryle drops his fork on his plate with a thud.
Maybe we need to modify the custody arrangement.
Those words infuriate me, but I somehow prevent my rage from boiling over. I stand and pick up my plate. Really, Ryle? I ask for the key to my apartment back, and you threaten me with court? We agreed to this arrangement, but he's acting like that was for my benefit rather than his. He knows I could have taken him to court for sole custody after everything he put me through. Hell, I never even had him arrested. He should be grateful I've been as generous as I have. When I get to the kitchen, I set down my plate and grip the edges of the counter, allowing my head to drop between my shoulders. Calm down, Lily. He's just reacting. I hear Ryle's sigh regretfully, and then he follows me into the kitchen. He leans against the counter while I rinse my plate.
Can you at least give me a timeline?
His voice is lower when he speaks.
When will I get overnights with her?
I press my hip against the counter and face him. When she can talk.
Why then?
I hate that he even needs me to say this out loud. So she can tell me if something happens, Ryle. When the full meaning of what I've just said sinks in, he chews on his bottom lip with a small nod. I can see the frustration in the veins that rise in his neck. He pulls his keys out of his pocket and removes my apartment key. He tosses it on the counter and walks away. When he grabs his jacket and disappears out the front door, I feel that familiar twinge of guilt creeping into my chest. The guilt is always followed by doubts like, am I being too hard on him? And what if he really has changed? I know the answers to these questions, but sometimes it feels good to read the reminders. I go to my room and pull the list out of my jewelry box. 1. He slapped you because you laughed. 2. He pushed you down a flight of stairs. 3. He bit you. 4. He tried to force himself on you. 5. You had to get stitches because of him. 6. Your husband physically hurt you more than once. It would have happened again and again. 7. You did this for your daughter. I run my finger over the tattoo on my shoulder, feeling the small scars he left there with his teeth. If Ryle did these things to me at the highest points of our relationship, what would he be capable of at the lowest? I fold the list and put it back in my jewelry box for the next time I might need a reminder.
Chapter 5. Atlas. It was definitely targeted, Brad says, staring at the graffiti. Whoever vandalized Bibbs 2 nights ago decided to hit up my newest restaurant last night. Corrigan's has 2 damaged windows, and there's another message spray-painted across the back door. Fuck you, Atlas. They added an S and underlined ass in my name. I catch myself wanting to laugh at the cleverness, but my mood isn't making space for humor this morning. Yesterday, the vandalism barely fazed me. I don't know if it was because I had just run into Lily and was still riding that high, but this morning I woke up stuck on her apparent avoidance of me. Because of that, the damage to my newest restaurant feels like it's cutting a little deeper. I'll check the security footage. I'm hoping it reveals something useful. I still don't know if I want to go to the police. Maybe if it's someone I know, I can at least confront them before I'm forced to resort to that. Brad follows me into the office. I power on the computer and open the security app. I think Brad can feel my frustration because he doesn't speak while I search the footage for several minutes. "There," Brad says, pointing to the lower left-hand corner of the screen. I slow down the footage until we see a figure. When I hit play, we both stare in confusion. Someone is curled up on the back steps, unmoving. We watch the screen for about half a minute until I hit rewind again. According to the timestamp on the footage, the person remains on the steps for over 2 hours, without a blanket, in a Boston October. "They slept here?" Brad says. "They weren't too worried about getting caught, were they?" I rewind the footage even more until it shows the person walking into the frame for the first time a little after 1 a.m. Because it's dark, it's hard to make out facial features, but they seem young, more like a teenager than an adult. They snoop around for a few minutes, dig through the dumpster, check the lock on the back door, pull out the spray paint, and leave their clever message. Then they use the can of spray paint to attempt to break the windows, but Corrigan's windows are triple-paned, so the person eventually gets bored or grows tired of trying to make a big enough hole to fit through like they did at Bibbs. That's when they proceed to lie down on the back steps where they fall asleep. Just before the sun rises, they wake up, look around, and then casually walk away like the entire night never happened. "Do you recognize him?" Brad asks. "No. You?" "Nope." I pause the footage on what may be the clearest visual we can get of the person, but it's grainy. They're wearing jeans and a black hoodie with the hood pulled tight so that their hair isn't visible. There's no way we would be able to recognize whoever this is if we saw them in person. It isn't a clear enough picture, and they never look straight at the camera. The police wouldn't even find this footage useful. I send the file to my email anyway. Right when I hit send, a phone pings. I glance at mine, but it's Brad who received the text. Darren says Bibbs is fine. He pockets the phone and heads towards my office door. I'll start cleaning up. I wait for the file to finish sending to my email, then I start the footage over again, feeling more pity than irritation. It just reminds me of the cold nights I spent in that abandoned house before Lily offered me the shelter of her bedroom. I can practically feel the chill in my bones just thinking about it. I have no idea who this could be. It's unnerving that they wrote my name on the door, and even more unnerving that they felt comfortable enough to hang out and take a 2-hour nap. It's like they're daring me to confront them. My phone begins to vibrate on my desk. I reach for it, but it's a number I don't recognize. I normally don't answer those, but Lily is still in the back of my mind. She could be calling me from a work phone. God, I sound pathetic. I raise the phone to my ear. "Hello?" There's a sigh on the other end. A female. She sounds relieved that I answered. "Atlas?" I sigh too, but not from relief. I sigh because it isn't Lily's voice. I'm not sure whose it is, but anyone other than Lily is disappointing, apparently. I lean back in my office chair. "Can I help you?" "It's me." I have no idea who me is. I think back to any exes that could be calling me, but none of them sound like this person. And none of them would assume I would know who they were if they simply said, "It's me." "Who's speaking?" "Me," she says again, emphasizing it like it'll make a difference. "Sutton? Your mother?" I immediately pull the phone away from my ear and look at the number again. This has to be some kind of prank. How would my mother get my phone number? Why would she want it? It's been years since she made it clear she never wanted to see me again. I say nothing. I have nothing to say. I stretch my spine and lean forward, waiting for her to spit out the reason she finally put forth the effort to contact me. She pauses. I can hear television on in the background. It sounds like The Price is Right. I can almost picture her sitting on the couch, a beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other at 10 in the morning. She mostly worked nights when I was growing up, so she'd eat dinner and then stay up to watch The Price is Right before going to sleep. It was my least favorite time of day. "What do you want?" My voice is clipped. She makes a noise in the back of her throat, and even though it's been years, I can tell she's annoyed. I can tell in that one release of breath that she didn't want to call me. She's doing it because she has to. She's not reaching out to apologize. She's reaching out because she's desperate. "You dying?" I ask. It's the only thing that would prevent me from ending this call. "Am I dying?" She repeats my question with laughter as if I'm absurd and unreasonable and an asshole. "No, I'm not dying. I'm perfectly fine." Do you need money? Who doesn't? Every ounce of anxiety she used to fill me with returns in just these few seconds on the phone with her. I immediately end the call. I have nothing to say to her. I block her number, regretful that I gave her as long as I did to speak. I should have ended the call as soon as she told me who she was. I lean forward over my desk and cradle my head in my hands. My stomach is churning from the unexpectedness of the last couple of minutes. I'm surprised by my reaction, honestly. I thought this might happen one day, but I imagined myself not caring. I assumed I'd feel as indifferent toward her returning to my life as I did when she forced me to leave hers. But back then, I was indifferent to a lot of things. Now I actually like my life. I'm proud of what I've accomplished. I have absolutely no desire to allow anyone from my past to come in and threaten that. I run my hands over my face, forcing down the last few minutes, then I push back from my desk. I walk outside to help Brad with the repairs and do my best to move beyond this moment. It's hard, though. It's like my past is crashing into me from all directions, and I have absolutely no one to discuss this with. After a few minutes of both of us working in silence, I say to Brad, "You need to get Theo a phone. He's almost 13. Brad laughs. "You need to get a therapist who's closer to your age."
Chapter 6. Lily. Have you decided what you're doing for Emerson's birthday? Elisa asks. Elisa and Marshall threw a first birthday party for their daughter, Riley, that was so big it was worthy of a sweet 16. I'm sure I'll just let her have a smash cake and give her a couple of presents. I don't have room for a big party. We could do something at our place, Elisa offers. Who would I invite? She'll be 1. She has no friends. She can't even talk. Elisa rolls her eyes. We don't throw kids' parties for our babies. We throw them to impress our friends. You're my only friend, and I don't need to impress you. I hand Elisa an order from the printer. Are we doing dinner tonight? We get together for dinner at least twice a week at their place. Ryle occasionally pops by, but I purposefully plan my visits on nights he's on call. I don't know if Elisa has ever noticed. If she has, she probably doesn't blame me. She says it's painful watching Ryle when I'm around because she also suspects he still has hope for us. She prefers to spend time with him when I'm not present. Marshall's parents are coming into town today, remember? Oh yeah, good luck with that. Elisa likes Marshall's parents, but I don't think anyone truly looks forward to hosting their in-laws for an entire week. The front door chimes, and Elisa and I both look up at the same time. I doubt her world starts to spin like mine does, though. Atlas is walking toward us. Is that? Oh, God, I mutter under my breath. Yes, he is a god, Elisa whispers. What is he doing here? And why does he look like a god? It makes the decision I've been weighing that much more difficult. I can't even find my voice long enough to say hello to him. I just smile and wait for him to reach us, but the walk from the door to the front counter seems like it's expanded by a mile. He doesn't take his eyes off me as he makes his way over. When he reaches us, he finally acknowledges Elisa with a smile. Then he looks back at me as he sets a plastic bowl with a lid on the counter. I brought you lunch, he says casually, as if he brings me lunch every day and I should have been expecting it. Ah, that voice. I forgot how far it reaches. I grab the bowl, but I don't know what to say with Elisa hovering next to me, watching us interact. I glance at her and give her the look. She pretends not to notice, but when I don't stop staring at her, she eventually yields. Fine, I'll go flower of the flowers. She walks away, giving us privacy. I turn my attention back to the lunch Atlas brought. Thank you. What is it? Our weekend special, Atlas says. It's called, Why Are You Avoiding Me Pasta? I laugh. Then I cringe. I'm not I shake my head with a quick sigh, knowing I can't lie to him. I am avoiding you. I lean my elbows onto the counter and cover my face with my hands. I'm sorry. Atlas is quiet, so I eventually look up at him. He seems sincere when he says, Do you want me to leave? I shake my head, and as soon as I do, his eyes crinkle a little at the corners. It's barely a smile, but it causes a warmth to tumble down my chest. Yesterday morning, when I ran into him, I said so much. Now I'm too confused to speak. I don't know how I'm supposed to have a full-on conversation with him about everything that's been going through my mind over the last 24 hours when I feel so tongue-tied around him. He had the same impact on me when I was younger, but I was more naive back then. I didn't know how rare men like Atlas were, so I didn't know how lucky I was to have him in my life. I know now, which is why it terrifies me that I might screw this up. Or that Ryle might screw this up. I lift the bowl of pasta he brought. It smells really good.
It is good. I made it.
I should laugh at that, or smile, but my reaction doesn't fit the conversation. I set the bowl aside. When I look at him again, he can see the war in my expression. He counters with a reassuring look. Not much is said between us, but the nonverbal cues we're trading are saying enough. My eyes are apologizing for my silence over the last 24 hours. He's silently telling me it's okay, and we're both wondering what comes next. Atlas slides his hand slowly across the counter, closer to mine. He lifts his index finger and skims it down the length of my pinky. It's the smallest, most tender move, but it makes my heart flip. He pulls his hand back and clenches his fist as if he might have felt the same thing I did. He clears his throat.
Can I call you tonight?
I'm about to nod when Elisa suddenly bursts through the door to the back, wide-eyed. She leans in and whispers, "Ryle is almost here." My blood feels like it freezes in my veins. What? I don't say that so she'll repeat it. I say it because I'm shocked, but she repeats herself anyway. Ryle is pulling in. He just texted. She waves a hand toward Atlas. You have 10 seconds to hide him. I'm sure Atlas can see the absolute fear in my expression when I look at him, but he very calmly says, "Where do you want me?" I point to my office and rush him in that direction. Once we're in the office, I second-guess myself. He might come in here. I cover my mouth with a shaky hand while I think, and then point to my office supply closet. Can you hide in there? Atlas looks at the closet and then looks at me. He points at the door.
In the closet?
I hear the front door chime, and I'm filled with even more urgency. Please? I open the closet door. It isn't the most ideal place to hide an actual human, but it's a walk-in closet. He'll fit just fine. I can't even look him in the eye when he moves past me and into the closet. I could die right now. This is so mortifying. All I can do is murmur, "I'm so sorry," as I close the door. I do my best to compose myself. Elisa is chatting with Ryle when I exit my office. He greets me with a nod, but his attention is back on Elisa. She is digging through her purse for something. "They were in here earlier," she says. Ryle is tapping his fingers impatiently. "What are you looking for?" I ask her. "Keys. I accidentally brought them with me, and Marshall needs the SUV to get his parents from the airport." Ryle looks irritated.
Are you sure you didn't set them aside when I told you I was coming to get them?
I tilt my head, focusing on Elisa. You knew he was coming? How could she forget to tell me he was on his way here when Atlas showed up? She reddens a little. I got sidetracked by unexpected events. She holds up her hand in victory. Found them. She drops them in Ryle's palm. Okay, bye, you can leave now. Ryle makes a move like he's about to go, but then he turns and sniffs the air.
What smells so good?
His and Elisa's eyes meet the bowl at the same time. Elisa pulls it to her, cradling it. I cooked lunch for me and Lily, she lies. Ryle raises an eyebrow.
You cooked?
He reaches for the bowl.
I have to see this. What is it?
Elisa hesitates before handing him the bowl. Yeah, it's chicken barabadula meat. She looks at me and her eyes are wide. She is such a horrible liar.
Chicken what?
Ryle opens the bowl and inspects it.
It looks like shrimp pasta.
Elisa clears her throat.
Yeah, I cooked the shrimp in chicken stock. That's why it's called chicken barabadoola meat.
Ryle puts the lid back on and looks at me with concern as he slides the bowl across the counter back to Elisa.
I'd order pizza if I were you.
I force a laugh, but so does Elisa. Both of us laughing makes our reaction seem way too compulsory for a joke that wasn't even funny. Ryle's expression narrows. He takes a couple of steps back, a suspicious look in his eye. He must be used to the two of us having inside jokes that he isn't a part of, because he doesn't even question us. He spins and walks out of the flower shop in a rush to get the keys to Marshall. Elisa and I both stand as still as statues until we're sure he's left the building and is way out of earshot. Then I look at her incredulously.
Chicken barbo what? Did you just completely make up a new language? I had to say something, she says defensively. You stood there like a lump. You're welcome.
I wait a couple of minutes to make sure Ryle has had time to leave. I walk out front to ensure Ryle's car is gone. Then I regretfully walk into my office and head to the supply closet to inform Atlas he's in the clear. I exhale before opening the door. Atlas is waiting patiently, his arms crossed as he leans against a shelf, as if being hidden in a closet doesn't bother him in the least. I'm so sorry. I don't know how many apologies it will take to make up for what I just asked Atlas to do, but I'm prepared to say it 1,000 more times.
Is he gone?
I nod, but rather than exit the closet, Atlas grabs my hand, pulls me in, and closes the door. Now we're both in the closet. The dark closet. But not so dark that I can't see the flicker in his eyes that indicates he's holding back a smile. Maybe he doesn't absolutely hate me for this. He releases my hand, but it's so cramped in here for the two of us, parts of him are grazing parts of me. My stomach knots, so I press my back into the shelf behind me in an attempt not to press into him, but it feels like he's draped over me like a warm blanket. He's so close I can smell his shampoo. I very calmly try to breathe through my nerves.
Well, can I?
He asks, his voice a whisper. I have no idea what he's asking me, but I want to answer with a confident yes. Rather than blurt out my consent to a question I don't even know, I silently count to 3. Then I say, "Can you what?"
Call you tonight.
Oh. He jumped right back into the conversation we were having out front, as if Ryle never even interrupted us. I pull in my bottom lip and bite down on it. I want to say okay because I want Atlas to call me, but I also want Atlas to know that me hiding him from Ryle inside of this closet is probably on par with how the rest of our interactions will go, since Ryle is always going to be in the picture, considering we share a child. Atlas, I say his name like something awful is about to follow it up, but he interrupts me.
Lily.
He says my name with a smile, like nothing I could possibly add to his name would be awful. My life is complicated. I don't intend for it to come out like a warning, but it does.
I want to help you uncomplicate it.
I'm scared your presence is going to complicate it even more. He raises an eyebrow.
I'll complicate your life or Ryle's life?
His complications become my complications. He's the father of my child. Atlas dips his head ever so slightly.
Exactly. He's her father. He's not your husband, so you shouldn't allow your concern for his feelings to persuade you to give up what could be the second best thing to ever happen to you.
He says that with such conviction, my heart feels like it's tumbling down my ribcage like a Plinko chip. The second best thing to ever happen to me? I wish his confidence in us were contagious. What's the first best thing to ever happen to me? He looks at me pointedly.
Emerson.
Hearing him call my daughter the best thing to ever happen to me makes me damn near melt. I hug myself and hold back my smile. You're going to make this difficult for me, huh? Atlas slowly shakes his head. Difficult is the last thing I want to be for you, Lily. He moves, and the door begins to open, spilling light into the closet. He faces me with one hand on the door and the other on the wall. When's a good time to call you tonight? He seems so at ease with this conversation. It makes me want to pull him back into the closet and kiss him, so that maybe some of his assurance and patience will seep into me. My mouth feels like cotton when I say, whenever. His eyes settle on my lips for a beat, and I feel the look all the way to my toes. But then Atlas closes the door, shutting me alone inside the closet. I deserved that. A mixture of embarrassment, nervousness, and maybe even a little bit of desire is flooding my cheeks. I remain unmoving until I hear the faint chime of the front door being opened. I'm fanning myself when Elisa opens the closet door moments later. I quickly drop my hands to my hips to hide what Atlas's presence does to me. Elisa folds her arms across her chest. You hid him in the closet? My shoulders fall with my shame. I know. Lily. She sounds disappointed in me, but what would she rather I have done? Reintroduce them to one another? I mean, I'm glad you did it, because I'm not sure how that would have turned out, but you hid him in the closet. You just shoved him in here like an old coat. Her rehashing the moment isn't helping me recover from it. I move toward the front of the store with Elisa on my heels. I had no choice. Atlas is the one guy on this earth Ryle would never approve of me dating. I hate to break it to you, but there's only one guy on this earth Ryle would approve of you dating, and that's Ryle. I don't respond to that because I'm terrified that she's right. Wait, Elisa says. Are you and Atlas dating? No, but you just said he's the one guy Ryle would never approve of you dating. I said that because if Ryle had seen him here, that's what he would have assumed. Elisa folds her arms over the counter and looks crestfallen. I'm feeling very left out right now. There's a huge gap you need to fill in. Gap? What do you mean? I try to look busy by pulling a vase toward me and moving some of the flowers around. Elisa takes the vase from me. He brought you lunch. Why did he bring you lunch if the two of you aren't actively talking? And if you're actively talking, why didn't you tell me about it? I pull the vase back from her. We ran into each other yesterday. It was nothing. I haven't even spoken to him since before Emmy was born. Elisa grabs the vase again. I run into old friends every day. They don't bring me lunch. She slides the vase back to me. We're using it like a conch shell, as if we need it for permission to speak. Your friends probably aren't chefs. That's what chefs do. They cook people lunch. I slide the vase back to her, but she says nothing. She's concentrating so hard, it's like she's attempting to read my mind to get past all the lies she thinks I'm spewing. I pull the vase back from her. It's honestly nothing. Yet. You'll be the first to know if anything changes. She looks momentarily satisfied by that response, but there's a flicker of something in her face before she looks away. I can't tell if it's concern or sadness. I don't ask her because I know this is hard for her. I imagine the idea of any man bringing me lunch who isn't Ryle probably makes her a little sad. In Elisa's idea of a perfect world, she would have a brother who never hurt me, and I would still be her sister-in-law.
Chapter 7. Atlas. When you're working with flounder, always hold your knife like this. I demonstrate how to start with the dull end at the tail, but Theo looks away as soon as I begin to scale the fish. Gross, he mutters, covering his mouth. I can't. Theo moves to the other side of the counter, putting space between himself and the cooking lesson. I'm only scaling it. I haven't even cut it open yet. Theo makes a gagging sound. I have no interest in working with food. I'll stick to being your therapist. Theo pushes himself onto the counter. Speaking of, did you ever text Lily? I did. She text you back? Sort of. It was a short text, so I decided to take her to lunch today to see where her head is at. That was a bold move. I've spent my life not making bold moves when it comes to her. I wanted to make sure she knew where I stood this time. Oh no, Theo says. What kind of cheesy thing did you say to her about fish and beaches and shores? I never should have told him what I said to Lily about finally reaching the shore. I'm not going to hear the end of it. Shut up. You've probably never even spoken to a girl. You're 12. Theo laughs, but then I notice an awkwardness settle over him when he thinks I'm not looking. He grows quiet despite the ruckus going on around us. There are at least 5 other people in the kitchen right now, but everyone is so focused on their work, no one is paying attention to the conversation I'm having with Theo. You like someone? I ask him. He shrugs. Kinda. The discussions I have with Theo are usually one-sided. As much as he likes to ask questions, he doesn't answer very many, so I tread carefully. Oh yeah? I try to act casual with my response so he'll expand. Who is she? Theo is looking down at his hands. He's picking at his thumbnail, but I can see his shoulders sink a little after my question, like I did something wrong. Or said something wrong. Or he, I clarify. I whisper it to be sure he's the only one who hears it. Theo's eyes dart up to mine. He doesn't have to confirm or deny anything. I can see the truth written in the fear that's resting behind his eyes. I give my attention back to the fish I'm preparing, and as nonchalantly as possible, I say, Do you go to school with him? Theo doesn't answer immediately. I'm not sure if I'm the first person he's admitted this part of himself to, so I want to make sure to treat that with the care it deserves. I want him to know he has an ally in me, but I also hope he's aware that he has an ally in his father, too. Theo looks around to make sure no one is hovering long enough to follow along with our conversation. He's been in math club with me all year. His words are quick and concise, like he wants to release them and never say them again. Does your dad know? Theo shakes his head. I watch as he swallows what looks like nervous thoughts. I put my knife down when I'm done scaling the fish and move to the sink closest to Theo, washing my hands. I've known your dad for a long time. He's one of my best friends for a reason. I don't surround myself with people who aren't good. I can see the reassurance settle in him when I say that, but I can also tell he's uncomfortable and probably wants to change the subject. I would say you should text this person you like, but you're probably the only 12-year-old left on Earth without a cell phone. You'll never date anyone at this rate. You'll probably be single and phoneless forever. Theo is relieved I'm ribbing him. I'm so glad you decided to be a chef and not a therapist. You suck at advice. I take offense to that. I give good advice. Okay, Atlas, whatever you say. He seems to loosen up. He follows me as I head back to my station. Did you ask Lily out on a date when you went to her work? No. I will tonight. I'm calling her when I get home. I walk by Theo and ruffle his hair on my way to the freezer. Hey, Atlas? I pause. His eyes are filled with concern, but one of the waiters pushes through the doors and walks between us, preventing Theo from saying whatever it was he was about to say. He doesn't have to say it, though. Not saying a word, Theo. Client confidentiality goes both ways. That seems to reassure him. Good. Because if you said something to my dad, I would tell him how cheesy you are with your pickup lines. Theo mockingly presses his palms to his cheeks. We finally reached the beach, my little whale. I glare at him. That's not at all how it went. Theo points across the kitchen. Look! It's sand! We've reached land! Stop. Lily, what the heck? Our boat is wrecked. He's still following me around the kitchen, making fun of me when his dad's shift ends. I've never been happier to see him leave.
Chapter 8. Lily. It's almost 9:30 at night, and I have no missed calls. Emerson has been asleep for an hour and a half, and she's usually awake by 6 in the morning. I go to bed around 10 because if I don't get at least 8 hours of sleep, I function at the capacity of a zombie. But if Atlas doesn't call before 10, I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep at all. I'll wonder if I should have apologized 70 more times for hiding him in a closet today. I walk to the bathroom sink to start my nightly skincare routine, and I take my phone with me. I've carried it with me every step since he showed up at lunchtime today and told me he'd call me tonight. I should have clarified what tonight meant. To Atlas, tonight could mean 11. To me, it could mean 8. We probably have 2 completely different definitions for what morning and night even mean. He's a successful chef who gets home to unwind after midnight, and I'm in my pajamas by 7 in the evening. My phone makes a noise, but it isn't a ringtone. It's making a noise like someone is trying to FaceTime me. Please don't be Atlas. I am not prepared for a video chat. I just put face scrub on. I look at the phone and, sure enough, it's him. I answer it and quickly flip the phone around so that he can't see me. I leave it on my sink while I speed up the cleansing process. You asked if you could call me. This is a video chat. I hear him laugh. I can't see you. Yeah, because I'm washing my face and getting ready for bed. You don't need to see me. Yes, I do, Lily. His voice makes my skin feel tingly. I flip the camera around and hold it up with an I told you so expression. My wet hair is still wrapped in a towel. I'm wearing a nightgown my grandmother probably used to own, and my face is still covered in green foam. His smile is fluid and sexy. He's sitting up in bed, wearing a white t-shirt, leaning against a black wooden headboard. The one time I went to his house, I never went into his bedroom. His wall is blue, like denim. This was definitely worth the decision to video chat, he says. I set the phone back down, facing me this time, and finish rinsing. Thanks for lunch today. I don't want to give him too much praise, but it was the best pasta I've ever had. And it was 2 hours old before I even had a chance to take a lunch break and eat it. You like the why are you avoiding me pasta? You know it was great. I walk to my bed once I'm finished in the bathroom. I prop my phone on a pillow and lie on my side. How was your day? It was good, he says, but he's not very convincing with the way his voice drops on the word good. I make a face to let him know I don't believe him. He looks away from the screen for a second, like he's processing a thought. It's just one of those weeks, Lily. It's better now, though. His mouth curls into a slight grin, and it makes me smile, too. I don't even have to make small talk. I'd be happy just staring at him in complete silence for an hour. What's your new restaurant called? I already know it's his last name, but I don't want him to know I Googled him. Corrigan's. Is it the same kind of food as Bibbs? Sort of. It's fine dining, but with an Italian-inspired menu. He rolls onto his side, propping his phone on something so that he's mirroring my position. It feels like old times when we'd stay up late chatting on my bed. I don't want to talk about me. How are you? How's the floral business? What's your daughter like? That's a lot of questions. I have a lot more, but let's start with those. Okay. Well, I'm good. Exhausted most of the time, but I guess that's what I get for being a business owner and a single mother. You don't look exhausted. I laugh. Good lighting. When does Emerson turn 1? On the 11th. I'm going to cry. This first year went so fast. I can't get over how much he looks like you. You think so? He nods and then says, But the flower shop is good? You're happy there? I move my head from side to side and make a face. It's okay. Why just okay? I don't know. I think I'm tired of it, or tired in general. It's a lot, and it's tedious work for not very much financial return. I mean, I'm proud that it's been successful and that I did it, but sometimes I daydream about working in a factory assembly line. I can relate, he says. The idea of being able to go home and not think about your job is tempting. Do you ever get bored of being a chef? Every now and then. It's why I opened Corrigan's, honestly. I decided to take more of an ownership role and less of a chef role. I still cook several nights a week, but a lot of my time goes to keeping them both running on the business side. Do you work crazy hours? I do, but nothing I can't work a date night around. That makes me smile. I fidget with my comforter, avoiding eye contact because I know I'm blushing. Are you asking me out? I am. Are you saying yes? I can free up a night. We're both smiling now. But then Atlas clears his throat, like he's preparing for a caveat. Can I ask you a difficult question? Okay. I try to hide my nerves over what he's about to ask. Earlier today you mentioned your life was complicated. If this...
us becomes something, is it really going to be an issue for Ryle?
I don't even hesitate. Yes.
Why?
He doesn't like you.
Me specifically, or any guy you might potentially date?
I scrunch up my nose. You. Specifically, you.
Because of the fight at my restaurant?
Because of a lot of things, I admit. I roll onto my back and move my phone with me. He blames most of our fights on you. Atlas is clearly confused, so I elaborate without making things too uncomfortable. Remember when we were teenagers and I used to write in my journal?
I do, even though you never let me read anything.
Well, Ryle found the journals, and he read them, and he didn't like what he read. Atlas sighs.
Lily, we were kids.
Jealousy doesn't have an expiration date, apparently. Atlas presses his lips into a thin line for a moment, like he's attempting to push down his frustration.
I really hate that you're stressing over his potential reaction to things that haven't even happened yet. But I get it. It's the unfortunate position you're in.
He looks at me reassuringly.
We'll take it one step at a time, okay?
One very slow step at a time, I suggest.
Deal. Slow steps.
Atlas adjusts the pillow beneath his head.
I used to see you writing in those journals. I always wondered what you wrote about me. If you wrote about me.
Almost everything was about you.
Do you still have them?
Yeah, they're in a box in my closet. Atlas sits up.
Read me something.
No, God, no.
Lily?
He looks so hopeful and excited at the possibility, but I can't read my teenage thoughts out loud to him over FaceTime. I'm growing red just thinking about it.
Please.
I cover my face with a hand. No, don't beg. I'll give in to those blue puppy dog eyes if he doesn't stop looking at me like he is. He can see he's wearing me down.
Lily, I have ached since I was a teenager to know what you thought of me. One paragraph. Just give me that much.
How can I say no to that? I groan and toss the phone on the bed in defeat. Give me 2 minutes. I walk to my closet and pull down the box. I carry it over to my bed and begin flipping through the journals to find something that won't embarrass me too much. What do you want me to read? My retelling of our first kiss?
No, we're going slow, remember?
He says that teasingly.
Start with something from the beginning.
That's much easier. I grab the first journal and flip through it until I find something that looks short and not too humiliating. Do you remember the night I came to you crying because my parents were fighting?
I remember,
he says. He settles into his pillow and puts one arm behind his head. I roll my eyes. Get comfy while I mortify myself, I mutter.
It's me, Lily. It's us. There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
His voice still has that same calming effect it's always had. I sit cross-legged and hold the phone with one hand and my journal in the other, and I begin to read. A few seconds later, the back door opened, and he looked behind me, then to the left and right of me. It wasn't until he looked at my face that he saw I was crying. You okay? He asked, stepping outside. I used my shirt to wipe away my tears and noticed he came outside instead of inviting me in. I sat down on the porch step, and he sat down next to me. I'm fine, I said. I'm just mad. Sometimes I cry when I get mad. He reached over and tucked my hair behind my ear. I liked it when he did that, and I suddenly wasn't nearly as mad anymore. Then he put his arm around me and pulled me to him so that my head was resting on his shoulder. I don't know how he calmed me down without even talking, but he did. Some people just have a calming presence about them, and he's one of those people, completely opposite of my father. We sat like that for a while until I saw my bedroom light turn on. You should go, he whispered. We could both see my mom standing in my bedroom looking for me. It wasn't until that moment that I realized what a perfect view he has of my bedroom. As I walked back home, I tried to think about the entire time Atlas has been in that house. I tried to recall if I'd walked around after dark with the light on at night, because all I normally wear in my room at night is a t-shirt. Here's what's crazy about that, Ellen. I was kind of hoping I had. Lily. Atlas isn't smiling when I finish reading. He's staring at me with a lot of feeling, and the heaviness in his eyes is making my chest tight. We were so young, he says. His voice carries a little bit of ache in it. I know. Too young to deal with the stuff we dealt with. Especially you. Atlas isn't looking at his phone anymore, but he's moving his head in agreement. The mood has shifted, and I can tell he's thinking about something else entirely. It brings me back to what he tried to brush off earlier when he said it's been one of those weeks. What's bothering you? His eyes return to his phone. He seems like he might brush it off again, but then he just sighs and readjusts himself so that he's sitting higher up against his headboard. Someone vandalized the restaurants. Both of them? He nods. Yeah, it started a few days ago. You think it's someone you know? It's not anyone I recognize, but the security footage wasn't very clear. I haven't reported it to the police yet. Why haven't you? His eyebrows furrow. Whoever it is seems younger, maybe in their teens. I guess I'm worried they might be in a similar situation to the one I was in back then. Destitute. The tension in his eyes eases a bit. And what if they don't have a Lily to save them? It takes a few seconds for what he says to register. When it does, I don't smile. I swallow the lump in my throat, hoping he can't see my internal reaction to that. It's not the first time he's mentioned I saved him back then, but every time he says it, I want to argue with him. I didn't save him. All I did was fall in love with him. I can see why I fell in love with him. What owner is more concerned about the situation of the person vandalizing their business than they are with the actual damage being done? Considerate Atlas, I whisper. What was that? He says. I didn't mean to say that out loud. I slide a hand over the heat moving across my neck. Nothing. Atlas clears his throat, leaning forward. A subtle smile materializes. Back to your journal, he says. I wondered if you knew I could see into your bedroom window back then, because after that night, you left that light on a hell of a lot. I laugh, glad he's lightening the mood. You didn't have a television. I wanted to give you something to watch. He groans. Lily, you have to let me read the rest. No. You locked me in a closet today. Letting me read your journals would be a good way to apologize for that. I thought you weren't offended. Maybe it's a delayed offense. He begins to nod slowly. Yeah, starting to feel it now. I'm really offended. I'm laughing when Emmy begins to work up a cry across the hall. I sigh because I don't want to hang up, but I'm also not the mom who can let her child cry it out. Emmy's waking up. I have to go, but you owe me a date. Name the time, he says. I'm off on Sundays, so a Saturday night might be good. Tomorrow is Saturday, he says, but we're going slow. I mean, that's pretty slow if we're counting from the first day we met. That puts a lot of years between meeting you and going on a first date with you. 6 o'clock? I smile. 6 is perfect. As soon as I say that, Atlas squeezes his eyes shut for 2 seconds. Wait, I can't tomorrow. Shit. We're hosting an event. They need me at the restaurant. Sunday? I have Emmy Sunday. I'd rather wait before bringing her around you. I get that, Atlas says. Next Saturday? That'll give me time to line up someone to watch her. Atlas grins. It's a date then. He stands up and begins walking through his bedroom. You're off on Sundays, right? Can I call you this Sunday? When you say call, do you mean video chat? I want to be prepared this time. You couldn't be unprepared if you tried, he says. And yes, it'll be a FaceTime. Why would I waste time with a phone call when I can look at you? I like this flirty side of Atlas. I have to bite my bottom lip for 2 seconds in order to hold back my grin. Good night, Atlas.
Night, Lily.
Even the way he makes such intense eye contact while saying goodbye makes my stomach flip. I end the call and press my face into my pillow. I squeal like I'm 16 again.
Chapter 9. Atlas. Let me see a picture, Theo says. He's sitting on the back steps watching me pick up shattered glass and several bags of trash from the third incident, which occurred last night. Brad called me this morning to let me know Bibbs was hit again. He and Theo met me here to clean it up, even though I told him not to worry about coming. I hate when my employees have to show up for anything on the only day of the week we're closed. I don't have a picture of her, I say to Theo. So she's ugly? I toss the box of glass into the dumpster. She's gorgeous and way out of my league. Ugly would still be out of your league, he deadpans. She doesn't have social media? She does, but it's set to private. You aren't her friend on anything? Facebook, Instagram? Do you even have a Snapchat? What do you know about Snapchat? You don't even have a phone. I have my ways, he says. His dad comes back outside with a trash bag. He holds it open and we start throwing some of the scattered garbage in it while Theo remains on the steps. I would help, but I just took a shower, he says. You showered yesterday, Brad says. Yeah, and I'm still clean. Theo focuses on me again. Do you have social media? Nope, I don't have time for that. Then how do you know her stuff is set to private? I've occasionally attempted to look her up online, and as much as I don't want to admit that, I'm not sure there's a person on this planet who hasn't done a few Google searches on people from their past. I've looked her up before. You have to have a profile and follow her to see her stuff. So make a profile and follow her, Theo says. I swear, sometimes you make things harder than they need to be. It's complicated. She has an ex-husband who doesn't like me, and if he saw that we were friends online, it might become an issue for her. Why doesn't he like you? Theo asks. We got into a fight. Here at the restaurant, actually, I say, nudging my head toward the building. Theo's eyebrows lift slightly. Seriously? Like a real fight? Brad straightens up. Wait, that guy was Lily's husband? I thought you knew that, I say. None of us knew who he was or why you were fighting him. That was the only time we've ever seen you kick someone out of the restaurant, though. Makes so much sense now. I guess this is the first time I've talked about it since it happened. I remember I left for the night right after that fight with Ryle, so no one had a chance to ask me about it. When I came back to work the following Monday, people could probably read my mood and see that I still didn't want to talk about it. What did you get into a fight about? Theo asks. I glance at Brad because he's aware of what Lily went through. Lily told him and Darren at my house. But Brad looks like he's leaving it up to me whether or not I'm honest with Theo. I usually am about almost anything, but it's not my place to share Lily's business. I don't even remember, I mutter. I do think this could be a good teaching moment with Theo about how never to treat a partner, but it's a part of Lily's life I don't feel comfortable talking about without her present. It's also a part of her life I shouldn't have interfered with, even though I wouldn't take it back if given the chance. As immature as my reaction might have been that night when I hit Ryle, I was holding back. I wanted to do more than just punch him. I had never been that angry at another human, not even my mother or stepfather, not even Lily's father. It's one thing to dislike someone for how they treat me, but it's an entirely different kind of anger when the person I admire the most in this world is mistreated. My phone begins to buzz in my pocket. I quickly pull it out and see that Lily is attempting to return my FaceTime from an hour ago. She was driving and said she would call me when she got home. We've exchanged several texts since our chat on Friday, but I've been anxious to talk to her face-to-face again. Is that her? Theo asks, perking up. I nod and try to pass him on the steps, but he stands up and follows me into the restaurant. Seriously? I ask, facing him. I want to see what she looks like. I have to answer it before I miss the call, so I slide my finger across the screen while trying to shut Theo outside. I'll screenshot it for you. Go help your dad. The video connects and Theo is still trying to push his way inside. Hey, I say, smiling at Lily on the screen. Hey, Lily says. Let me see, Theo whispers, snaking his arm around the door in an attempt to snatch my phone. Give me a second, Lily. I hold the phone to my chest so that she can't see anything, and then I open the back door far enough to press my palm against Theo's face. I guide him back down the top step. Brad, get your child. Theo, come here, Brad says. Help me with this. Theo's shoulders slump, but he finally relents and turns toward his father. But I'm clean, he mumbles. I close the door and pull the phone away from my chest. Lily is laughing. What was that? Nothing. I walk to my office and close and lock the door for privacy. How's your day? I take a seat on the couch. Good. We just got back from lunch with my mother and her boyfriend. Went to a little sandwich shop on Borden. It was cute. How is your mother? We haven't talked about her parents at all, other than her mentioning her father passed away. She's really good, Lily says. She's been dating a guy named Rob. He makes her happy. Although it's a little weird seeing her giddy over a man. I like him, though. She lives in Boston now. Yeah. She moved here after my father died to be closer to me. That's good. I'm glad you have family here. What about you? Does your uncle still live in Boston? My uncle? Oh, I did tell her that. I squeeze the back of my neck and wince. My uncle. I can't remember the exact lie I told her back then. It's been so long. My uncle died when I was 9, Lily. Her eyebrows wrinkle in confusion. No, you moved in with an uncle when you were 18. It's why you left. I sigh, wishing I could go back and redo most of our time together back then and the things I told her or failed to tell her in order to spare her feelings. But wouldn't we all go back if we could redo our teenage years? I lied to you. I didn't have an uncle in Boston at that point. What? She's still shaking her head, trying to make it make sense. She doesn't seem angry, though. More confused than anything. Then who did you go live with? No one. I couldn't keep sneaking into your bedroom forever. I knew it wouldn't end well, and other than you, there was nothing in that town that could help me better my situation. Boston had shelters and resources. I told you my uncle was still alive so you wouldn't worry about me. Lily's head falls back against her headboard and she closes her eyes for a bit. Atlas. She says my name with sympathy. When she opens her eyes again, it looks like she's attempting not to tear up. I don't know what to say. I thought you had family. I'm sorry I lied. I wasn't trying to be malicious. I just wanted to spare... Don't apologize, she says, interrupting me. You did the right thing. Winter was about to hit, and you might not have survived it in that house. She wipes at a tear. I can't imagine how hard that was, moving to Boston at that age with nothing, no one. It worked out, I say, flashing a grin. It all worked out. I'm attempting to pull her out of the mood I just sunk her in. Don't think about where we used to be, just think about where we are. She smiles. Where are you right now? Is that your office? It is. I spin the phone around so she can get a glimpse of it. It's small, just a couch and a computer, but I'm rarely in here. I spend most of my time in the kitchen. You at Bibbs? Yeah. Both restaurants are closed on Sundays. I'm just here cleaning up. I can't wait to visit Corrigan's. Is that where we're going on our date next Saturday? I laugh. No way am I bringing you to either of my restaurants on a date. The people I work with are too curious about my personal life. She grins. Funny, because I'm curious about your personal life too. I'm an open book for you. What do you want to know? She contemplates that for several seconds and then comes back with, I want to know who the people in your life are. You didn't really have anyone when we were teenagers, but you're an adult now, with businesses and friends and a whole life I know very little about. Who are your people, Atlas Corrigan? I don't know how to respond to that with anything but laughter. She doesn't smile in return, though, which makes me think she's asking the question more out of concern for me than curiosity. I look at her gently, hoping to ease some of that worry. I have friends, I say. Some of them you met a while back at my house. I don't have family, but it's not a void I feel. I like my career and my life. I pause, and then say something completely honest. I'm happy, if that's what you're wondering. I see the corner of her mouth lift. Good. I was always curious about where you ended up. I tried to find you on social media, but I didn't have any luck. That makes me laugh, considering Theo and I just had this conversation. I don't use social media much. If I told her I'd use it every day if her pages weren't private, Theo might say that confession would scare her off. I have profiles for the restaurants, but 2 of my employees manage them. I let my head fall back against the couch. I'm too busy for it. I downloaded TikTok a few months ago, but that was a mistake. Sucked me in for hours one night, and I missed a meeting the next morning. I deleted the app later that day. Lily laughs. I would do just about anything to watch you make TikTok videos. Never gonna happen. Lily's attention is stolen away for a moment, and then she starts to lift up on her bed, but pauses. Hold on a second, I need to set my phone down. She drops the phone, but I don't think she realizes it catches on something and flips so that it's at an angle. The camera is on her, and I see her adjust Emerson from one breast to another. It's only a few seconds, almost too quick for me to realize what's happening before it's over. I don't think she meant for the camera to be pointed at her. When she notices the phone, her eyes go wide for a second, and then the screen goes black as soon as her hand meets it. When it's pointed at her face again, she's covering her eyes with splayed fingers. I am so sorry. For what? I think I just flashed you. You did, but it's not something you should apologize for. I should thank you. She laughs, appearing to appreciate that comment. Nothing you haven't seen before, she says with an adorably embarrassed shrug. She adjusts a pillow under the arm she's using to hold Emerson while she breastfeeds. I'm trying to wean her since she's about to turn 1. We were down to once a day, but Sundays are hard because I'm with her all day. She scrunches up her nose. I'm sorry. I doubt you want to know breastfeeding details. I can't think of a single subject you could discuss that would bore me. Oh, I bet I can think of one before our date, she says, treating my comment like it's a challenge. She glances away from her phone screen. I can't see Emerson, but I can tell Lily's looking down at her because she gets this smile on her face that I only see when she's talking about or looking at her daughter. It's a smile born from pride, and one of my favorite expressions to see flash across Lily's face. She's falling asleep, Lily whispers. I should go. Yeah, I should probably go too. I don't want to leave Brad and Theo to clean up the majority of the damage outside without me. I might call you later tonight if that's okay, Lily says. Of course it is. I remember what Theo said about wanting to see a picture of Lily, so before she ends the call, I take a quick screenshot. It makes an obvious screenshot noise, and Lily tilts her head curiously. Did you just take a... I wanted a picture of you, I say quickly. Bye, Lily. I end the call before I let myself be too embarrassed by that. I had no idea it would make that noise and that she would be able to hear it. Theo better appreciate this. I open my office door and find Brad sweeping the kitchen. I'm confused because the kitchen is cleaned after closing and the damage done to the restaurant overnight was contained to the outside. Did they not clean the floors last night? Kitchen's fine. I'm just pretending to sweep, he says. Brad clocks the confusion on my face, so he elaborates. I wanted Theo to have to clean up most of the mess outside since he hates doing it so much. It's a dad thing. Oh, makes sense. It makes no sense, but I leave Brad to fake sweep and head back outside. Theo is grimacing as he uses his thumb and index finger to barely lift a piece of trash. This is so gross, he mutters, dropping it into the bag. You need to hire a private security guard or something. This is getting out of hand. That's not a bad idea. I hold my phone in front of Theo's face so he can see the picture of Lily I just screenshotted. He pulls his neck back, surprised. That's Lily? That's Lily. I slide my phone into my pocket and take the trash bag from Theo. That explains it. He drops down onto the top step. Explains what? Why you get so tongue-tied around her and say the stupid stuff you say. I disagree with his belief that the things I say to her are stupid, but he's right about one thing. She's so beautiful, I do sometimes feel tongue-tied around her. I can't wait until you start dating, I say. I'm going to give you so much shit.
Chapter 10. Lily. Mom, it's fine. Really. I'm holding the phone between my cheek and my neck. I'm already at Elisa's. It's not an inconvenience at all. Are you sure? Rob said he could watch her. No, Rob needs to take care of you. Okay. Tell Emmy her nanny is sorry. Nanny, is that what you're going by now? I'm trying it out, she says. I didn't like Grandma. She's referred to herself as a grandmother in 4 different ways since Emmy was born, but none of them have stuck yet. Love you, Mom. Hope you feel better. Love you, too. I end the call and then grab Emmy out of her car seat. I'm relieved to see Ryle's car isn't in his assigned spot. I wasn't planning on coming to the building where he and Elisa both have apartments, but my mother and Emmy came down with the same illness this week. When I picked her up from my mother's yesterday, Emmy had a slight fever. It peaked around 2 in the morning, and nothing I did helped. It was gone by the time I had to get ready for work today, though. But then it hit my mother this afternoon with a vengeance, and I had to go pick up Emmy in the middle of the workday. I had a little bit of a panic moment because tonight is my date with Atlas. I thought I was going to have to cancel, but Elisa saved the day. I didn't tell her why I needed a sitter. I texted her and asked if she could watch Emmy for a few hours this afternoon and into tonight, and she responded with one word: Gimme. I warned her that Emmy had a fever last night, but Emmy and Riley spend so much time together we stopped worrying about one getting the other sick months ago, since it happens every other week. Emmy probably got the fever from Riley to begin with. I knock on Elisa's door, and when she opens it, she's immediately grabbing for Emerson. Come here, she says. She pulls Emerson to her and squeezes her. She smells so good. Riley doesn't smell like a baby anymore. Makes me sad. She pushes the door open to invite me in, and when I walk inside holding the diaper bag, Elisa finally registers my outfit. Hold up, she says. She points a finger up and down my body. What's this? Why am I babysitting? I really don't want to tell her where I'm going, but it's Elisa. She reads me better than anyone. She can see the hesitation on my face and takes it for exactly what it is. Is this a date outfit? She whispers it and then closes the front door. Is it the Greek god? Atlas? Yes. Please don't tell your brother. Right when I say that, I notice Marshall standing close by in the living room. He immediately covers his ears and says, I heard nothing, I see nothing, la 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 la. He walks through the foyer and disappears into the kitchen. Elisa brushes his presence off with a wave. He's so good at being neutral, don't worry about him. She motions for me to follow her into the living room. Riley is in a playpen, so Elisa walks Emmy over to her. Riley, look who's here. Riley smiles when she sees Emmy. The girls are starting to show excitement in each other's presence. I love that they're not too far apart in age. The 6-month gap feels smaller and smaller the older Emmy gets. Where is he taking you? I smooth my hands down my outfit and then flick off a piece of lint. To dinner, but I've never been to this place. I hope I'm not overdressed. Is this your first date with him? You seem nervous. It is our first date, and I am nervous. But it's a different kind of nervous. A good nervous. I know him so well already, so I don't feel like I'm about to have to spend an evening with a stranger. Elisa studies me for a moment with gentle eyes. You seem excited. I've missed this side of you. Yeah, me too. I bend to give both Emmy and Riley kisses. I won't be out too late. I have to get back to the shop and close up for Lucy, so he's picking me up there. I should be back around 9:30, so try to keep her up until then if you don't mind. Why are you coming back so early? That's lame. I didn't sleep last night. I'm exhausted, but I don't want to cancel the date, so I'm going to power through. Ugh, motherhood, Elisa says, rolling her eyes. I'll keep her awake. Go have fun. Drink a coffee or a 5-hour or something. I've lost count of the number of coffees I've had today. Love you. Thanks for saving the day, I say on my way out the door. That's what I'm here for, she sing-songs.
Chapter 11. Atlas. I wanted the day to go by faster, so I decided to help out in the kitchen at Bibbs, even though I prepared for the night with a full staff. Now I smell like garlic. This is the third time I've tried scrubbing the smell off, to no avail. But if I don't leave now, I'll be late meeting her. We're taking it slow, so I'm picking her up at her work rather than her apartment. I have no idea where she lives now, or if she still lives in the apartment building I showed up at almost 2 years ago when she needed help. For whatever reason, where we live is something that hasn't come up in our conversations. She probably doesn't even know I sold my house and moved into the city earlier this year. I'm curious how far apart we live from each other now. I smell cologne, Darren says after he passes me. He stops walking toward the freezer and turns to give me a once-over. Why are you wearing cologne? Why are you dressed up? I sniff my hands. I don't smell like garlic? No, you smell like you're going out. Are you leaving? I am leaving. I'll be back around closing time, though. I think I might stay the night here and see if I can catch whoever is vandalizing the restaurants. There were several days of a quiet stretch between incidents, but we got hit for a fourth time last night. It wasn't too costly, though. This time they just scattered the trash everywhere again. That's a lot easier to clean up than repainting has been. That may be because Brad keeps bringing Theo to help. I should probably give Theo a heads up that the more he complains about a chore, the more likely he's going to be made to do that chore. I plan to confront whoever is doing the damage tonight and see if I can't figure out their motive and talk them down before I get the police involved. I'm confident most things can be handled with a simple, honest conversation rather than a dramatic intervention, but I have no idea who I'm dealing with. Darren leans in and quietly says, "Who you going out with? Lily?" I dry my hands on a towel and nod once. Darren smiles and walks away. I like that my friends like Lily. They brought her up a couple of times after our poker night, but I think they could tell it bothered me. I didn't like discussing Lily when she wasn't a part of my life. But now it looks like there's a possibility she's back in the picture. Maybe. This might be why I'm so nervous, because I know what a huge risk Lily is taking by going out with me tonight. If things progress with us, that could impact her life in negative ways. Which might be why I started to feel the immense pressure 2 hours ago of making sure this date is worth it for her. But I smell like I'm terrified of vampires, so it's already not going my way. I pull into the parking lot at 5 minutes to 6. Lily must have been waiting for me because she exits her store and locks the door behind her before I'm even out of my car. As soon as I lay eyes on her, I get even more nervous. She looks incredible. She's wearing a black jumpsuit and heels. She pulls on her jacket and meets me in the middle of the parking lot. I lean in and greet her with a quick kiss on her cheek. "You look stunning." I swear she reddens a little after I say that. Do I? I didn't sleep last night. I feel like I look 90. Why didn't you sleep? Emmy ran a fever all night. She's better now, but Lily yawns. I'm sorry. I just drank coffee. It'll hit in a minute. It's okay. I'm not tired, but I do smell like garlic. I like garlic. Good thing. Lily leans back on her heels and looks down at her outfit. I wasn't sure what to wear since I've never been to this restaurant. I've never been there either, so I have no idea. But I have a feeling you'll be fine. I chose a new restaurant I've been wanting to try. It's about a 45-minute drive, but I figured that would give us time to catch up on the way over. I have a present for you, she says. It's in my car. Let me grab it. I follow her to her car and watch her retrieve something from the console. When she hands it to me, I can't hold back a smile. Is this your journal? She read another quick passage to me last night, but she was so embarrassed reading it out loud she refused to give me more. That's one of them. We'll see how tonight goes before I give you the other one. No pressure or anything. I walk her to my car and open the passenger door for her. She starts to yawn again as I'm closing her door. I feel bad, like maybe she's too exhausted for this date. I have no idea what it's like to raise a child. I feel kind of selfish that I'm not offering to reschedule, so before I back out of the parking lot, I speak up. If you'd rather go home and sleep, we can do this another weekend. There is nothing I'd rather do than this, Atlas. I'll sleep when I'm dead. She clicks her seatbelt. You actually do smell like garlic. I think she's kidding. Lily used to joke all the time when we were younger. It's one of the things I loved most about her, that she always seemed to be in a good mood despite all the bad things surrounding her. It's that same strength I admired in the days I was with her after she found out she was pregnant in the emergency room. I know that was one of the lowest points of her life, but she was able to smile through it all, and even spent an entire evening impressing my friends with her humor during a poker night. Everyone handles stress differently, and none of those ways is necessarily wrong, but Lily handles it with grace. And grace just happens to be the quality I find the most attractive in people. "How'd you manage to get away on a Saturday night?" Lily asks. I hate that I'm driving because I want to look at her while I respond. I've never seen her look this womanly. Is that a compliment? I don't even know. I probably shouldn't say it out loud in case it isn't, but when Lily and I fell in love, neither of us were what we would now consider adults. But it's different tonight. We're grown-ups with careers, and she's a mother and a boss and independent. It's sexy as hell. The only other time I've spent with her as adults was when she was technically still with Ryle, so it felt wrong thinking of her the way I am now. Like I want her. I keep my focus on the road and try not to create a lull in our conversation, but I think I might be a little flustered. That surprises me. "How did I manage getting away?" I say, pretending like I'm mulling over the question rather than obsessing about how much I want to stare at her. "I hire dependable people." Lily smiles at that. "Do you always work on weekends?" I nod. I usually only take off Sundays when we're closed. The occasional Monday. "What do you enjoy the most about your job?" She's full of questions tonight. I give her a sidelong glance and smile. "Reading the reviews." She makes a noise like she's shocked. "I'm sorry," she says. "Did you say reviews? You read your restaurant reviews?" "Every single one." "What? Oh my God, you must not have a single insecurity. I make Serena run our social media so I can avoid reviews. Your reviews are great." She practically turns her entire body toward me in the seat. "You read my reviews?" "I read reviews for anyone I know who owns a business." "Is that weird?" "It's not weird." I flip on my blinker. I like reading reviews. I feel like business reviews are a reflection of the owner, and I want to know what people think of my restaurants. The constructive criticism helps. I haven't had the kitchen experience a lot of chefs have, and critics are some of the best teachers. "What do you get out of reading reviews about other people's businesses?" "Nothing, really. I just find it entertaining." "Do I have any bad ones?" Lily looks away from me, half turning so that she's facing forward again. "Never mind, don't answer that. I'm just going to pretend they're all good and that everyone loves my flowers." "Everyone does love your flowers." She presses her lips together in an attempt to suppress her smile. "What's your least favorite part of your job?" I love that she's asking me such random questions. It reminds me of all the nights we would stay up late and she would pepper me with questions about myself. Up until last week, it was health inspections, I admit. They're extremely stressful. "Why up until last week? What changed?" "The vandalism." "Did it happen again?" "Yeah, twice this week." "And you still have no idea who it is?" I shake my head. "No clue." "Do you have any angry ex-girlfriends?" "Nah, I doubt it. They don't seem the type." Lily kicks off her heels and pulls one of her legs onto her seat, making herself more comfortable. "How many serious relationships have you had?" She's going there. Okay. Define serious. I don't know, more than 2 months? 1, I say. "How long were you together?" "Little more than a year. I met her while I was in the military." "Why'd you break up?" "We moved in together." "That's why you broke up?" I think living together escalated the realization that we were incompatible. Or maybe we were just at different points in our lives. I was focused on my career, and her focus was on which outfits to wear to the clubs I was too tired to go to with her. When I got out of the military and moved back to Boston, she stayed behind and moved into a loft with 2 of her friends. Lily laughs. "I cannot picture you in a club." "Yeah, that's why I'm single, I guess." My phone rings with an incoming call from Corrigan's, interrupting us before I'm able to throw her own question back at her. "I have to take this," I say. "Go ahead." I answer the call over Bluetooth. It ends up being a freezer issue that requires me to make 2 more phone calls before I've got it sorted out and a repair technician on the way there. When I'm finally able to give my attention back to Lily, I glance over at her and find her asleep, her head limp against my shoulder. I hear a dainty snore coming from her. Coffee never kicked in, I guess. I let her sleep all the way to the restaurant. We pull in about 10 minutes to 7. It's dark and the restaurant looks crowded, but we have a few minutes before I have to check in for our reservation, so I let her rest. Her snore is as endearing as she is. It's delicate, almost too light to hear. I take a quick video I can use to tease her with later, and then I reach into the back seat and grab her journal. I know she said not to read it in front of her, but technically I'm not. She's asleep. I open it to the first page and begin reading. I read the first entry completely captivated. I feel like I'm breaking a rule reading this, but she's the one who brought it. I read the second entry, then the third. Then I log into my reservation app and cancel our reservation because unless I wake her up this very second, we're going to be late. I'd rather our table go to someone else because Lily looks like she's been needing this sleep for a while. And I want to read another entry. I'll take her somewhere else for dinner once she wakes up. Every word she wrote is taking me right back to when we were teenagers. There are so many times I want to laugh at the things she says and how she says them, but I stifle my laughter so that I don't startle her. I eventually read a passage that I'm almost positive is leading up to our first kiss. I look at the clock and we've already been sitting here for half an hour, but Lily is still sound asleep and I can't stop in the middle of this entry. I keep reading, hoping she stays asleep long enough for me to get through the end of this one. I need to tell you something, he said. I held my breath, not knowing what he was going to say. I got in touch with my uncle today. My mom and I used to live in Boston with him. He told me once he gets back from his work trip, I can stay with him. I should have been so happy for him in that moment. I should have smiled and told him congratulations, but I felt all of the immaturity of my age when I closed my eyes and felt sorry for myself. Are you going? I asked. He shrugged. I don't know. I wanted to talk to you about it first. He was so close to me on the bed I could feel the warmth of his breath. I also noticed he smelled like mint, and it made me wonder if he uses bottled water to brush his teeth before he comes over here. I always send him home every day with lots of water. I brought my hand up to the pillow and started pulling at a feather sticking out of it. When I got it all the way out, I twisted it between my fingers. I don't know what to say, Atlas. I'm happy you have a place to stay, but what about school? I could finish down there, he said. I nodded. It sounded like he had already made up his mind. When are you leaving? I wondered how far away Boston is. It's probably a few hours, but that's a whole world away when you don't own a car. I don't know for sure that I am. I dropped the feather back onto the pillow and brought my hand to my side. What's stopping you? Your uncle is offering you a place to stay. That's good, right? He tightened his lips together and nodded. Then he picked up the feather I'd been playing with and he started twisting it between his fingers. He laid it back down on the pillow and then he did something I wasn't expecting. He moved his fingers to my lips and he touched them. God, Ellen, I thought I was going to die right then and there. It was the most I'd ever felt inside my body at one time. He kept his fingers there for a few seconds and he said, "Thank you, Lily, for everything." He moved his fingers up and through my hair and then he leaned forward and planted a kiss on my forehead. I was breathing so hard I had to open my mouth to catch more air. I could see his chest moving just as hard as mine was. He looked down at me and I watched as his eyes went right to my mouth. Have you ever been kissed, Lily? I shook my head no and tilted my face up to his because I needed him to change that right then and there or I wasn't going to be able to breathe. Then, almost as if I were made of eggshells, he lowered his mouth to mine and just rested it there. I didn't know what to do next, but I didn't care. I didn't care if we just stayed like that all night and never even moved our mouths. It was everything. His lips closed over mine, and I could kind of feel his hand shaking. I did what he was doing and started to move my lips like he was. I felt the tip of his tongue brush across my lips once, and I thought my eyes were about to roll back in my head. He did it again, and then a third time, so I finally did it too. When our tongues touched for the first time, I kind of smiled a little because I'd thought about my first kiss a lot. Where it would be, who it would be with. Never in a million years did I imagine it would feel like this. He pushed me on my back and pressed his hand against my cheek and kept kissing me. It just got better and better as I grew more comfortable. My favorite moment was when he pulled back for a second and looked down at me, then came back even harder. I don't know how long we kissed. A long time, so long my mouth started to hurt and my eyes couldn't stay open. When we fell asleep, I'm pretty sure his mouth was still touching mine. We didn't talk about Boston again. I still don't know if he's leaving. Lily. Wow. I close the journal and look over at Lily. She wrote our first kiss with so much detail it makes me feel inferior to my teenage self. Did it actually happen that way? I remember that night, but I was a hell of a lot more nervous than Lily described me to be. It's funny how, when you're a teenager, you think you're the only inexperienced, nervous human on the planet. You think almost every other teenager has life figured out way better than you do, but it isn't that way at all. We were both scared, and infatuated, and in love. I had fallen in love with her long before our first kiss, though. I loved her more than I had ever loved anyone before that moment. I think I loved her more than I've ever loved anyone after that moment. I think I still might. There's so much Lily doesn't know about that part of my life. So much I want to tell her now that I've read her version of some of our time together. It's obvious she has no clue how instrumental she was in my life back then. At a time when everyone was turning their backs on me, Lily was the only one who stepped up. She's still sound asleep, so I pull out my phone and open a blank note. I start typing, detailing what my life was like before she entered it. I don't mean to write as much as I do, but I guess I have a lot I want to say to her. It's another 20 minutes before I finally finish typing everything, and another 5 minutes before Lily finally begins to rouse. I set my phone in the cup holder, unsure if I'm going to allow her to read what I just wrote. I might wait a few days, a few weeks. She wants to take things slow, and I'm not sure what I said toward the end of that letter matches her idea of slow. Her hand goes up and she scratches her head. She's facing the window, so I don't see her face when her eyes open, but I can tell when she's awake because she sits straight up. She stares out her window for a beat, then swings her head around in my direction. A few strands of hair are stuck to her cheek. I'm leaning against my door, watching her casually as if this is completely normal first date behavior. Atlas. She says my name like it's an apology and a question at the same time. It's okay. You were tired. She grabs her phone and looks at the time. Oh my God. She leans forward, pressing her elbows into her thighs and her face into her palms. I can't believe this. Lily, it's fine. Really. I hold up the journal. You kept me company. She eyes the journal and then groans. This is mortifying. I toss the journal into the back seat. I personally found it enlightening. Lily hits me playfully on my shoulder. Stop laughing. I feel too bad for it to be funny. Don't feel bad. You're exhausted and probably hungry. We could grab a burger on the drive back. Lily falls dramatically against her seat. Let the fancy chef take the girl for fast food since she slept through her date. Why not? She flips the visor down and notices the hair stuck to her cheek. Wow, I am such a mom. Is this our last date? It is. Did I ruin this already? I wouldn't blame you. I put the car in reverse. Not even close after everything I just read. Not sure anything could top this date. You have very low standards, Atlas. I find her self-deprecation adorably attractive. I have a question about your journal. What? She's wiping away a smear of mascara. Everything about her seems so defeated now that she thinks she ruined our date. I can't stop smiling, though. The night of our first kiss, did you put the blankets in the washer on purpose? Was that a trick to get me to sleep in your bed? She scrunches up her nose. You read that far? You were asleep for a long time. She contemplates my question and then nods an admission. I wanted you to be my first kiss back then, and that wouldn't have happened if you kept sleeping on the floor. She's probably right about that. And it worked. It's still working. Because reading her description of our first kiss brought back every feeling she pulled out of me that night. She could sleep the entire way back home, and I'd still think this was the best date I've ever been on.
Chapter 12. Lily. I can't believe you let me sleep for that long. It's been 10 minutes, and my stomach is still rolling from embarrassment. Did you finish reading the whole journal? I stopped after I read about our first kiss. That's good. That's not too embarrassing. But if he would have read about the first time we had sex while I was sleeping in the seat next to him, I'm not sure I could have recovered. This is so not fair, I mutter. You have to do something mortifying so the scales even out, because right now I feel like I've completely ruined our night. Atlas laughs. You think me doing something to mortify myself will make you feel better about tonight? I nod. Yes, that's the law of the universe. Eye for an eye, humiliation for humiliation. Atlas taps his thumb on his steering wheel as he massages his jaw with his free hand. Then he nudges his head toward his phone, which is sitting in the cup holder. Open the Notes app on my phone. Read the first one. Oh, wow. I was kidding, but I snatch up his phone so fast. What's your password? 9595. I enter the numbers and then glance over his home screen while I have it open. Every app is tucked neatly into a folder. He has 0 unread texts and 1 unread email. You're a neat freak. Who has 1 unread email? I don't like clutter, he says, side effect of the military. How many unread emails do you have? Thousands. I open the Notes app and click on the most recent one. As soon as I see the 2 words at the top, I drop the phone, pressing it face down on my thigh. Atlas. Lily. I can feel my embarrassment being swallowed up by a warm wave of anticipation falling over me. You wrote me a Dear Lily letter? He nods slowly. You were asleep for quite a while. When he glances at me, his smile falters, like he's worried about whatever it is he wrote. He faces forward again, and I can see the roll of his throat. I lean my head against the passenger window and begin to read silently. Dear Lily, you're going to be mortified when you wake up and realize you fell asleep on our first date. I'm a little too excited for your reaction. But you seemed so tired when I picked you up, it actually makes me happy to see you getting some rest. This past week has been surreal, hasn't it? I was beginning to think I may never be a part of your life in any significant way, and then, poof, you show up. I could go on and on about what that run-in meant to me, but I promised my therapist I'd stop saying cheesy shit to you. Don't worry, I plan on breaking that promise many times, but you asked if we could take things slow, so I'll give it a few more dates. Instead, I think I'm going to steal a page from your playbook and talk about our past. It's only fair. You let me read some of your most intimate thoughts at such a vulnerable point in your life. I figure it's the least I can do to give you some insight into my life at that time. My version is a little grittier, though. I'll try to spare you the worst of the details, but I'm not sure you can fully know what your friendship meant to me without knowing what I went through before you came along. I told you some of it, about how I ended up in the position I was in, living in that abandoned house. But I had felt homeless a lot longer than that. My whole life, really, even though I had a house and a mother and, occasionally, a stepfather. I don't remember what things were like when I was young. I have this fantasy that maybe she was a good mother once upon a time. I do remember a day trip we took to Cape Cod where we tried coconut shrimp for the first time, but if she was a decent mother outside of that one day, that one meal, that part of her never became a core memory for me. My core memories were stretches of time spent alone, or just trying to stay out of her way. She was quick to anger and quick to respond. For the first 10 or so years of my life, she was stronger and faster than me, so I spent the better part of a decade hiding from her hand, from her cigarettes, from the lash of her tongue. I know she was stressed. She was a single mother working nights to try and provide for me, but as many excuses as I made for her back then, I've seen my fair share of single mothers navigate life just fine without resorting to the things my mother did. You've seen my scars. I won't go into the details, but as bad as it got even worse when she was on her third marriage. I was 12 when they met. Little did I know, the age of 12 would be my only peaceful year. She was always gone because she was with him, and when she was home, she was actually in a decent mood because she was falling in love. Funny how love for a partner can make or break how some people treat their own children. But 12 turned into 13, turned into Tim moving in with us, and the next 4 years of my life were hell on earth. When I wasn't making my mother angry, I was making Tim angry. When I was home, I was being yelled at. When I was at school, the house was being destroyed by their fights, and I'd be expected to clean up after them when I got home. Life with them was a nightmare, and by the time I was finally strong enough to take up for myself, that's when Tim decided he didn't want to live with me anymore. My mother chose him. I was forced to leave. They didn't have to ask twice. I was more than ready to go, but that's because I had somewhere to go. Until I didn't. I was gone 3 months before the friend I was staying with moved with his family to Colorado. At that point, I had no one and nowhere else to go, and no money to get there if I did, so I was forced to go back to my mother and ask if I could come back home. I still remember the day I showed back up to that house. I had barely been gone 3 months, and the place was already falling apart. The yard hadn't been mowed since the last time I'd done it before being kicked out. All the window screens were missing, and there was a gaping hole where the doorknob used to be. By the looks of the place, you would think I'd been gone for years. My mother's car was in the driveway, but Tim's wasn't. It looked like her car had been there for a while. The hood was propped open, and there were tools scattered near it, along with at least 30 beer cans someone had shaped in the form of a pyramid against the garage door. Even the newspapers had piled up on the cracked concrete walkway. I remember picking them up and setting them on one of the old iron chairs to dry out before I knocked on the door. It felt weird knocking on the door of a house I had lived in for years, but on the off chance Tim was home, I wasn't about to open the door without permission. I had a house key still, but Tim had made it very clear that he'd turn me in for trespassing if I ever tried to use it. I couldn't have used it even if I wanted to. There was no doorknob. I could hear someone making their way across the living room. The curtain on the small window at the top half of the front door moved, and I saw my mother peek outside. She stared for a few seconds, unmoving. She eventually opened the door a few inches, far enough that, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she was still in her pajamas, which were an oversized Weezer t-shirt one of her exes had left behind. I hated that shirt, because I liked that band. Every time she wore it, she ruined them a little more for me. She asked what I was doing there, and I didn't immediately want to give her my reasons. Instead, I asked her if Tim was home. She opened the door a bit more and folded her arms so tightly together it made one of the band members on her shirt look decapitated. She told me Tim was at work and asked what I wanted. I asked her if I could come inside. She contemplated my question and then looked over my shoulder, her eyes scanning the street. I don't know what she was checking for. Maybe she was afraid a neighbor would witness her allowing her own son to visit. She left the door open for me while she went to her bedroom to change. The house was eerily dark, I remember. All the curtains were drawn, creating a sense of confusion on what time of day it was. It didn't help that the clock on the stove was blinking, and the time was off by over 8 hours. If I still lived there, that's something else I would have fixed. If I still lived there, the curtains would have been open. The kitchen counters wouldn't have been covered with dirty dishes. There wouldn't have been a missing doorknob or an unkempt yard or days' worth of soggy newspapers piling up. I realized in that moment that I was the one who had been keeping that house together all the years I was growing up. It gave me hope. Hope that maybe they realized I was an asset rather than an inconvenience, and they would allow me to return home until I finished high school. I saw a doorknob kit on the kitchen table, so I picked it up and inspected it. The receipt was beneath it. I looked at the date on the receipt, and it was purchased over 2 weeks prior. The doorknob was the right fit for the front door. I didn't know why Tim hadn't installed it if he'd had it for 2 weeks, so I found the tools in a kitchen drawer and opened the package. It was several minutes before my mother came out of her room, but by the time she did, I already had the new doorknob in place on the front door. She asked what I was doing, so I twisted the knob and opened the door a little to show her it worked. I'll never forget her reaction. She sighed and said, "Why do you do shit like this? It's like you want him to hate you." She snatched the screwdriver out of my hand and said, "Maybe you should go before he realizes you were here." Part of the reason I could never get along with anyone in that house was because their reactions always seemed misplaced. When I would help out around the house without being asked, Tim would say it was because I was antagonizing him. When I wouldn't help with something, he'd say it was because I was lazy and ungrateful. "I'm not trying to upset Tim," I said. "I fixed your doorknob. I was just trying to help." He was going to do it as soon as he had the time. Part of Tim's problem was that he always had the time. He never kept a job more than 6 months and spent more time gambling than he did with my mother. "Did he get a job?" I remember asking her. "He's looking." "Is that where he is right now?" I could see in her expression that Tim wasn't out job hunting. Wherever he was, I was sure it was putting my mother even more in debt than she already was. Her debt was probably the straw that broke the camel's back and got me kicked out in the first place. When I found a stash of maxed-out, past-due credit card bills in her name, I confronted Tim about them. He didn't like being confronted. He preferred the pre-teen version of me he met to the near-adult I grew into. He liked the version of me he could push around without being pushed back. The version of me he could manipulate without me calling him out. That version of me left between the ages of 15 and 16. Once Tim realized he couldn't threaten me physically anymore, he tried ruining my life in other ways. One of those ways was leaving me without a place to live. I eventually swallowed my pride and came right out with it. I told my mother I had nowhere to go. My mother's expression wasn't just void of empathy. It was full of annoyance. "I hope you aren't asking to move back in after everything you did." "Everything I did? You mean when I called him out because his gambling addiction put you in debt?" That's when she called me an asshole. Or ass-hole, rather. She always said that word wrong. I attempted to plead with her, but she quickly resorted to the person I was used to. She hurled the screwdriver at me. It was so sudden and unexpected because we weren't even arguing at that point, so I wasn't able to duck in time. It hit me right above my left eye, in the center of my eyebrow. I rubbed my fingers across the cut, and they came away smeared with blood. All I did was ask to move home. I didn't disrespect her. I didn't curse at her. I simply showed up and fixed her front door and tried to reason with her, and I ended up with a bloody gash. I remember staring at my fingers, thinking, Tim didn't do this. My mother did this. For so long, I had blamed Tim for everything that went wrong in that household, but everything wrong with that household started with her. Tim simply amplified what was already an awful environment. I remember thinking that I would rather be dead than back with her. Up until that moment, there was a part of me that still held something for her. I don't know if it was a sliver of respect, but I was somehow able to appreciate that she had kept me alive when I was younger. But isn't that the most basic thing a parent should do when they decide to bring a child into the world? I realized at that point I had been giving her too much credit. I always blamed our lack of a bond on her being a single mother, but there were a lot of busy single mothers out there who somehow still bonded with their children. Mothers who took up for their children when they were being mistreated. Mothers who wouldn't look the other way when their 13-year-old came away from a punishment with a black eye and a busted lip. Mothers who didn't allow their husbands to force their school-aged child into homelessness. Mothers who didn't throw screwdrivers at their children's heads. Despite realizing what an uncaring human she truly was, I made one last attempt to pull humanity out of her. Can I at least get some of my stuff before I leave? You don't have anything, she said. We needed the space. I couldn't look at her after that. It was as if she wanted nothing more than to erase me from her life, so I vowed in that moment to help her do just that. The blood was dripping into my eye when I was walking away from the house. I can't tell you what the rest of that day was like. To feel so incredibly unwanted, unloved, alone. I had no one. Nothing. No money, no belongings, no family. Just a wound. We're impressionable when we're younger, and when you're told you are nothing for years on end by everyone you should mean something to, you start to believe it. And you slowly start to become nothing. But then I met you, Lily. And even though I was nothing, when you looked at me, you somehow saw something. Something I couldn't see. You were the first person in my life to show an interest in who I was as a human. No one had ever asked me questions about myself the way you did. After those few months I spent getting to know you, I stopped feeling like I was nothing. You made me feel interesting and unique. Your friendship gave me worth. Thank you for that. Even if this date leads nowhere and we never speak again, I will always be grateful to you for somehow seeing something in me that my own mother was blind to. You're my favorite person, Lily. And now you know why. Atlas. My throat is so thick with burgeoning tears, I can't even verbally respond to what I just read. I set the phone on my leg and wipe at my eyes. I hate that he's driving right now, because if we were parked, I'd throw my arms around him and hug him tighter than he's ever been hugged. I'd probably kiss him, too, and pull him into the back seat, because no one has ever said such heartbreakingly sad things in such a sweet way to me before. Atlas reaches across the seat and grabs his phone. He drops it back into the cup holder, but then he reaches for my hand. He threads his fingers through mine and squeezes my hand while staring straight ahead. That move causes a commotion in my chest. I wrap my other hand over the top of his, and holding hands like this reminds me of all the bus rides when we just sit in silence, sad and cold, holding on to each other. I stare out the window, and he stares straight ahead, and neither of us says a word on our drive back to the city. We stop and grab to-go burgers just 2 miles from my flower shop. Atlas knows I don't want Emerson to be up too far past her bedtime, so we eat in the parking lot of Lily Bloom's. Our conversation since getting back into the city and ordering burgers has been much lighter. It isn't lost on me that I'm not mortified anymore. Him being vulnerable with me seemed to be the reset button I needed for our date to get back on track. We've been discussing all the places we've traveled. He has me beat by a long shot, considering the time he spent in the Marines. He's been to 5 different countries, and the only place I've been outside of the country is Canada. You've never even been to Mexico? Atlas asks. I wipe my mouth with a napkin. Never. Did you and Ryle not have a honeymoon? Ugh, I hate the sound of his name in the middle of this date. No, we eloped in Vegas. Didn't have time for a honeymoon. Atlas takes a sip of his drink. When he looks at me, his eyes are piercing, like he's hoping to unpack the thoughts I'm not saying. Did you want a wedding? I shrug. I don't know. I knew Ryle never wanted to get married, so when he said we should go to Vegas and get married, I saw it as a window of opportunity that might close. I guess I felt like eloping was better than not marrying him at all.
What if you get married again? You think you'll do it differently?
I laugh at that question and nod immediately. Absolutely. I want it all. Flowers and bridesmaids and shit. I pop a fry into my mouth. And romantic vows and an even more romantic honeymoon.
Where would you go?
Paris, Rome, London. I have no desire to sit on a hot beach somewhere. I want to see all the romantic places in Europe and make love in every city and take pictures kissing in front of the Eiffel Tower. I want to eat croissants and hold hands on trains. I drop my empty container of fries into the sack. What about you? Atlas reaches for my free hand, and he holds it. He doesn't answer me. He just smiles at me and squeezes my hand like what he wants is a secret that's too soon to spill. Holding his hand feels like such a natural thing. Maybe because we used to do this so much as teenagers, but sitting in this car with him and not holding his hand feels more out of place than holding hands does. Even with the hitch I put into our date by falling asleep, the entire night has felt easy and comfortable. Being near him is second nature. I trace a finger over the top of his wrist. I need to go.
I know,
he says, rubbing his thumb over mine. Atlas's phone pings, so he reaches for it with his free hand and reads the incoming text. He sighs quietly, and the way he drops his phone back into the cup holder makes me think he's irritated with whoever just texted him. Everything okay? Atlas forces a smile, but it's a pathetic attempt. I see right through it, and he knows it. He breaks eye contact and looks down at our hands. He flips mine over until it's face up, and he begins to trace the lines in my palm. His finger feels like a lightning rod, zapping electricity from my hand throughout the rest of my body.
My mother called me last week.
That confession takes me aback. What did she want?
I don't know. I ended the call before she could tell me, but I'm pretty sure she needs money.
I thread our hands together again. I don't know what to say to him. That has to be hard, not hearing from your mother for almost 15 years, and then she finally reaches out when she needs something. It makes me so grateful that my mother is a huge part of my life.
I didn't mean to drop that on you when you're in a hurry. We should save some conversation for our second date.
He smiles at me, and it instantly flips the mood. It's remarkable how his smile can dictate the feelings occurring inside my own chest.
Come on, I'll walk you to your car.
I laugh because my car is literally 2 feet away, but Atlas rushes around the front of his car and opens my door, then helps me out. And then, with one step each, we're at my car. Fun walk, I tease. He flashes a brief smile, and I don't know if he means for it to be seductive, but I'm suddenly warm all over, despite the cold weather. Atlas peeks over my shoulder, nudging his head toward my car.
Do you have more journals in there?
Just had the one on me.
Shame,
he says. He leans a shoulder against my car, so I do the same, facing him. I have no idea if we're about to kiss. I wouldn't object, but I also just ate onions after sleeping for over an hour, so I doubt my mouth is at its most appealing right now. Do I get a redo? I ask.
A redo of what?
This date. I'd like to be awake for the next one. Atlas laughs, but then his laugh dissipates. He stares at me for a beat.
I forgot how fun it is being around you.
His words confuse me because fun is not what I would call our time together back then. It was sad at best. You think those times were fun? He lifts a shoulder in a half shrug.
I mean, it was the lowest point of my life, sure, but my memories with you from back then are still some of my favorites.
His compliment makes me blush. I'm glad it's dark. But he's right. It was a low point in both of our lives, but being with him was still somehow the highlight of my teenage years. I guess Fun is the perfect way to describe what we made of it. And if we somehow had fun together at such a low point in both of our lives, it makes me wonder what we could be like at our highest. It's the exact opposite of the thoughts I had about Ryle last week. I've experienced the lowest of lows with Atlas, and he has never been anything but incredible and respectful to me. Yet, the man I chose to be my husband somehow disrespected me in ways no one deserves, all while we were at such a high point in our lives. I'm grateful for Atlas because I know he's the standard I now hold people to. He's the standard I should have held Ryle to from the very beginning. There's a convenient gust of cold air that sweeps between us. It would be the perfect excuse for Atlas to pull me to him, but he doesn't. Instead, the quietness builds between us until there's only one thing left to do. Either kiss or say goodnight. Atlas brushes a strand of my hair from my forehead.
I'm not going to kiss you yet.
I hope my disappointment isn't obvious, but I know it is. I practically deflate in front of him. Is it my punishment for falling asleep?
Of course not. I'm just feeling inferior after reading about our first kiss.
I sputter laughter. Inferior to who? Yourself? He nods.
Teenage Atlas through your eyes was quite the charmer.
So is adult Atlas. He groans a little, like he already wants to change his mind about the kiss. The groan makes things feel a little more serious. He moves fluidly away from the car until he's standing right in front of me. I press my back against my car door and look up at him, hoping he's about to kiss the hell out of me.
Also, you asked me to take things slow, so...
Damn it. I did do that. I said very slow, if I remember correctly. I hate myself. Atlas leans forward, and I close my eyes. I feel his breath scattering across my cheek right before he presses a quick kiss against the side of my head.
Good night, Lily.
Okay. Okay? Why did I say okay? I'm so flustered. Atlas laughs softly. When I open my eyes, he's backing away from me, heading to the driver's side of his car. Before he leaves, he rests his arm on the roof of the car and says,
I hope you get some sleep tonight.
I nod, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. I feel like every bit of caffeine I've consumed today has just kicked in all at once. I won't be able to sleep after this date. I'm going to be thinking about the letter he let me read. And when I'm not thinking about that, I'm going to be replaying our first kiss in my head all night long, wondering what part 2 is going to feel like. Just keep swimming, swimming, swimming. The familiar sounds of Finding Nemo are coming from Elisa and Marshall's living room when I open the door to their apartment. When I pass by the kitchen, Marshall is standing in front of the refrigerator with both doors wide open. He nods a greeting, and I wave, but I don't make small talk with him because I'm aching to hug Emerson. When I enter the living room, I'm shocked to find Ryle on the sofa. He didn't mention he would be off work tonight. Emerson is asleep on his chest, and Elisa is nowhere around. Hey. Ryle doesn't look up to greet me, but he doesn't have to look up for me to know something is bothering him. I can see the firm set of his jaw, a dead giveaway that he's angry. I want to pick up Emerson, but she looks peaceful, so I leave her on Ryle's chest. How long has she been asleep? Ryle is still staring at the television, one of his hands protectively on Emmy's back, the other behind his head.
Since this movie started.
I recognize the scene, which lets me know it's been about an hour. Elisa finally walks into the room, breathing life into it. Hey, Lily. I'm sorry she's asleep. We tried so hard to keep her awake. We give each other a 2-second glance. She silently apologizes that Ryle is here. I silently tell her it's okay. They're siblings. I can't expect him not to show up when he knows she's babysitting his daughter. Ryle motions for Elisa.
Can you put Emerson on her pallet? I need to talk to Lily.
The curtness in his voice alarms both me and Elisa. We give each other another look as she pries Emerson off Ryle's chest. The ache to hold her only grows wider as Elisa lays her on the pallet. Ryle stands up, and for the first time since I walked in, he makes eye contact with me. He gives me a once-over, noticing the outfit and the heels I'm wearing. I can see the slow roll of his throat. He nudges his head upward, indicating he wants to speak to me on the rooftop balcony. Whatever conversation this is, he wants complete privacy. He exits the apartment to head to the roof, and I look toward Elisa for guidance. Once Ryle is out of earshot, she says, "I told him you had an event tonight." "Thanks." Elisa swore she wouldn't tell Ryle about my date, but I can't figure out why he's so angry if he doesn't know where I've been. Why is he upset? Elisa shrugs. "No idea. He seemed fine when he showed up an hour ago." I know better than anyone how Ryle can seem fine one second and absolutely the opposite of fine the next. But I usually know what's setting him off. Did he find out I went on a date? Did he find out it was with Atlas? Once I'm on the roof, I locate Ryle leaning over the ledge, looking down. My stomach is already in knots. My heels click against the floor as I make my way over to him. Ryle glances at me briefly. "You look nice." He says it in a way that makes it seem like an insult rather than a compliment. Or maybe that's just my guilt. "Thank you." I lean against the ledge, waiting for him to speak up about whatever is bothering him.
"Did you just get back from a date?"
"I had an event." I go along with Elisa's lie. There's no point in being honest with him, because it's too soon to know if this thing with Atlas is going anywhere yet, and the truth would only upset Ryle more. I press my back against the ledge and fold my arms over my chest. "What is it, Ryle?" He waits a beat before he finally speaks.
"I've never seen that cartoon before tonight."
Is he just trying to make small talk, or is he angry about something? I'm confused by this whole conversation. Until I'm not. I swear, I can be such an idiot sometimes. Of course he's upset. He once read all my journal entries. He knows how much that movie means to me after having read everything I wrote about it. But I guess now that he's finally seen it, he's connected the dots. And by the looks of it, he's added some dots of his own. He turns now, facing me with an expression full of betrayal.
"You named our daughter Dory?"
He takes a step closer.
"You chose my daughter's middle name because of your connection with that man?"
I feel an immediate pulsing in my temples. That man. I break eye contact with him while I think of how to properly communicate this. When I chose the name Dory as Emerson's middle name, I didn't do it for Atlas. That movie meant something to me long before Atlas came into the picture, but I probably should have thought twice about it before going through with naming her that. I clear my throat, making room for the truth. I chose that name because the character inspired me when I was younger. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Ryle releases an exasperated, disappointed laugh.
"You're a real piece of work, Lily."
I want to argue with him, to further prove my point, but I'm getting nervous. His demeanor is bringing back every fear of him I've ever held. I try to defuse the situation by escaping it. I'm going home now. I start to head toward the stairs, but he's faster than me. He moves past me, and then he's in between me and the door to the stairwell. I take a nervous step back. I slip my hand in my pocket in search of my phone in case I need to use it.
"We're changing her middle name,"
he says. I keep my voice firm and steady when I respond. "We named her Emerson after your brother. That's your connection to her name. Her middle name is my connection. It's only fair. You're reading too much into it." I try to sidestep around him, but he moves with me. I glance over my shoulder to measure the distance between myself and the ledge. Not that I feel like he'd throw me over it, but I also didn't think he'd be capable of shoving me down a flight of stairs.
"Does he know?"
Ryle asks. He doesn't have to say Atlas's name for me to know exactly who he's talking about. I feel the guilt swallowing me, and I'm worried Ryle can sense it. Atlas does know Emerson's middle name is Dory because I made it a point to tell him. But I honestly didn't name my daughter for Atlas. I named her for me. Dory was my favorite character before I even knew Atlas Corrigan existed. I admired her strength, and I only named her that because strength is the one trait I hope my daughter has more than anything else. But Ryle's reaction is making me want to apologize, because finding Nemo does mean something to both Atlas and me, and I knew it when I ran after Atlas on the street to tell him about her middle name. Maybe Ryle deserves to be angry. Therein lies our issue, though. Ryle can be angry, but that doesn't mean I deserve everything that accompanies his anger. I'm falling back into that same trap of forgetting that nothing I could do would warrant his extreme past reactions. I may not be perfect, but I don't deserve to fear for my life every time I make a mistake. And this may have been a mistake that deserves more discussion, but I don't feel comfortable having a conversation about it with Ryle on a rooftop without witnesses. You're making me nervous. Can we please go back downstairs? Ryle's entire demeanor changes as soon as I say that. It's like he punctures against the sharp insult.
Lily, come on.
He moves away from the door and walks all the way to the other side of the balcony.
We're arguing. People argue. Christ.
He spins away from me, giving me his back now. Here comes the gaslighting. He's attempting to make me feel crazy for being scared, even though my fear is more than warranted. I stare at him for a moment, wondering if the argument is over or if he has more to say. I want it to be over, so I open the door to the stairwell.
Lily, wait.
I pause because his voice is much calmer, which leads me to believe he might be capable of a verbal disagreement rather than an explosive fight tonight. He walks back over to me with a pained expression.
I'm sorry. You know how I feel about anything related to him.
I do know, which is precisely why I've had such conflicting feelings about Atlas potentially being a part of my life again. The simple idea of having to confront Ryle with that information makes me want to vomit, especially now.
It upset me to find out that our daughter's middle name might have been something you chose to deliberately hurt me. You can't expect something like that not to affect me.
I lean against the wall and fold my arms over my chest. It had nothing to do with you or Atlas and everything to do with me. I swear. Just mentioning Atlas's name out loud seems to get it stuck in the air between us, like it's a tangible thing Ryle can reach out and punch. Ryle nods once with a tight expression, but it appears that he accepts that answer. I honestly don't know if he should. Maybe I did do it subconsciously to hurt him. I don't even know at this point. His anger is making me question my intentions. This all feels so grossly familiar. We're both quiet for a while. I just want to go to Emerson, but Ryle seems to have more to say because he moves closer, placing a hand on the wall beside my head. I'm relieved that he doesn't look angry anymore, but I'm not sure I like the look in his eye that has replaced the anger. It's not the first time he's looked at me this way since our separation. I feel my entire body stiffen at his gradual change in demeanor. He moves a couple of inches closer, too close, and dips his head.
Lily,
he says, his voice a scratchy whisper.
What are we doing?
I don't respond to him because I'm not sure why he's asking that. We're having a conversation, one he started. He lifts a hand, fingering the collar of my jumpsuit, which is peeking out beneath my coat. When he sighs, his breath moves through my hair.
Everything would be so much easier if we could just...
Ryle pauses, maybe to think about the words he's about to say. The words I don't want to hear. Stop, I whisper, preventing him from finishing. He doesn't complete his thought, but he also doesn't back away. If anything, it feels like he moves even closer. I've done nothing in the past that would make him think it's okay to move in on me like this. I do nothing that gives him hope for us other than foster a civil co-parenting relationship. He's the one always trying to push my boundaries and straddle the line of what I'm okay with, and I'm honestly tired of it. "What if I've changed?" he asks. "Really changed?" His eyes are full of a mixture of sincerity and sorrow. It does nothing for me. Absolutely nothing. I don't care if you've changed, Ryle. I hope you have. But it's not my responsibility to test that theory. Those words hit him hard. I see it when he has to take a moment to swallow whatever unkind response he knows he shouldn't give me right now. He stops talking, stops looking at me, stops hovering. He huffs, frustrated, and then backs away and makes his way toward the stairs, hopefully to his own apartment. He slams the door shut behind him. I don't immediately follow, for obvious reasons. I need space. I need to process. This isn't the first time he's asked me what we're doing, like our divorce is some long game I'm playing. Sometimes he'll say it in passing, sometimes in a text. Sometimes he makes it a joke. But every time he suggests how senseless our divorce is, I recognize it for what it is. A manipulation tactic. He thinks if he treats our divorce like we're being silly, I'll eventually agree with him and take him back. His life would be easier if I took him back. Elisa's and Marshall's lives might even be made easier by it, because they wouldn't have to dance around our divorce and their relationship with him. But my life wouldn't be easier. There's nothing easy about fearing for your safety any time you make a misstep. Emerson's life wouldn't be easier. I've lived her life. There's nothing easy about living in that kind of household. I wait for my anger to dissipate before heading back downstairs, but it doesn't. It just builds and builds with every step I descend. I feel like the reaction I'm having is too big for what just happened, or maybe that's just how I've conditioned myself to feel when I'm around Ryle. Maybe it's a combination of that and my lack of sleep. Maybe it's the date with Atlas that I almost ruined. Whatever it is that's making me react so intensely catches up with me right outside of Elisa's apartment door. I need a moment to collect my emotions before being near my daughter. So I sit on the floor of the hallway to cry it out. I like to shed tears in private. Happens quite regularly, unfortunately, but I've been finding myself getting overwhelmed a lot. Divorce is overwhelming. Being a single mother is overwhelming. Running a business is overwhelming. Dealing with an ex-husband who still scares you is overwhelming. And then there's that splinter of fear that creeps into my conscience when Ryle says something to suggest our divorce was a mistake. Because sometimes I do wonder if my life wouldn't be so overwhelming if I still had a husband who shared some of the burdens of raising his child. And sometimes I wonder if I'm overreacting by not allowing my daughter to have overnights with her own father. Relationships and custody agreements don't come with a blueprint, unfortunately. I don't know if every move I make is the right one, but I'm doing my best. I don't need his manipulation and gaslighting on top of that. I wish I were at home. I would walk straight to my jewelry box and pull out the list of reminders. I should take a picture of it so I always have it on my phone in the future. I definitely underestimate how difficult and confusing interactions with Ryle can be. How do people leave these cycles when they don't have the resources I had or the support from their friends and family? How do they possibly stay strong enough every second of the day? I feel like all it takes is one weak, insecure moment in the presence of your ex to convince yourself you made the wrong decision. Anyone who has ever left a manipulative, abusive spouse and somehow stayed that course deserves a medal, a statue, a freaking superhero movie. Society has obviously been worshiping the wrong heroes this whole time because I'm convinced it takes less strength to pick up a building than it does to permanently leave an abusive situation. I'm still crying a few minutes later when I hear Elise's door open. I look up to find Marshall exiting the apartment carrying 2 bags of trash. He pauses when he sees me sitting on the floor.
Oh.
His eyes dart around as if he's hoping someone else will help me. Not that I need help. I just needed a moment of respite. Marshall sets the bags on the floor and walks over. He takes a seat across from me and stretches out his legs. He scratches uncomfortably at his knee.
I'm not sure what to say. I'm not good at this.
His discomfort makes me laugh through my tears. I toss up a frustrated hand. I'm fine. I just need to cry sometimes when Ryle and I fight. Marshall pulls up a leg like he's about to stand up and go after Ryle.
Did he hurt you?
No. He was fairly calm. Marshall relaxes back to the floor, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because he's the unlucky one in front of me right now, but I unload all my thoughts on him. I think that's the problem, that he actually had a right to be mad at me this time, and he was relatively calm about it. Sometimes we can argue, and it doesn't lead to anything more than a disagreement. And when that happens, I start to question whether I overreacted by asking for a divorce. I mean, I know I didn't overreact. I know I didn't. But he has this way of planting seeds of doubt in me, like maybe things could have gotten better if I just gave him more time to work on himself. I feel bad that I'm laying all this on Marshall. It's not fair to him because Ryle is his best friend. I'm sorry. This isn't your issue.
Elisa cheated on me.
Marshall's words stun me silent for a good 5 seconds. What?
It was a long time ago. We worked through it, but damn it, it hurt like hell. She broke my heart.
I'm shaking my head in an attempt to process this information. He keeps talking, though, so I try to keep up.
We weren't in a good place. We were going to different colleges and trying to make long-distance work, and we were young. And it wasn't even anything big. She had a drunk make-out with some guy at a party before she remembered how amazing I am. But when she told me, I've never been so angry in my life. Nothing had ever cut me like that did. I wanted to retaliate. I wanted to cheat on her so she'd know how it felt. I wanted to slash her tires and max out her credit cards and burn all her clothes. But no matter how mad I was, when she was standing right in front of me, I never, not for 1 second, thought about physically hurting her. If anything, I just wanted to hug her and cry on her shoulder.
Marshall looks at me with sincerity.
When I think about Ryle hitting you, I get absurdly angry. Because I love him. I do. He's been my best friend since we were kids. But I also hate him for not being better. Nothing you have done and nothing you could do would excuse any man's hands on you out of anger. Remember that, Lily. You made the right choice by leaving that situation. You should never feel guilty for that. Pride is the only thing you should feel.
I had no idea how heavily any of this was weighing on me, but Marshall's words lift so much weight off me, I feel like I could float. I'm not sure those words could mean more coming from anyone else. There's something about getting validation from someone who loves Ryle like a brother that's reaffirming, empowering.
You're wrong, Marshall.
You're pretty damn good at this. Marshall smiles and then helps me to my feet. He picks up his trash bags, and I head back inside their apartment to find my daughter and hug her so tight.
Chapter 13. Atlas. It's amazing how a night can go from being something I've been hoping would happen for years to something I've been dreading would happen for years. If I hadn't received that text just as I was dropping off Lily, I absolutely would have kissed her. But I want our first kiss as adults to be free from distraction. The text was from Darren, informing me that my mother is at Bibbs. I didn't tell Lily about the text because I hadn't yet told her my mother was attempting to work her way back into my life. And then as soon as I told her about my mother calling me, I regretted it. The date was going so well, and I was risking that by ending it on such a somber note. I didn't text Darren back because I didn't want to interrupt my time with Lily. But even after the date ended and we drove away in separate cars, I still didn't text Darren back. I drove around for half an hour trying to figure out what to do. I'm hoping my mother got tired of waiting for me. I took my time arriving back to the restaurant. But I'm here now, and I guess I need to confront this. She seems adamant about speaking with me. I park in the alley behind Bibbs so that I can go through the back door in case she's waiting in the restaurant lobby or at a table. I'm not sure she would recognize me if she saw me, but I'd rather have the advantage by approaching her on my terms. Darren notices me enter through the back door and immediately makes his way over. "You get my text?" I nod and remove my coat. "I did." "Is she still here?" "Yeah. She insisted on waiting. I sat her at table 8. "Thanks." Darren looks at me cautiously. "Maybe I'm overstepping, but I swear you said your mother was dead." That almost makes me laugh. I never said dead. I said she was gone. There's a difference. "I can tell her you aren't coming in tonight." He must sense the storm brewing. "It's okay. I have a feeling she isn't going away until I talk to her." Darren nods and then spins to head back to his station in the kitchen. I'm glad he's not asking too many questions since I have no idea why she's here or who she even is now. She probably wants money. Hell, I'd give it to her if it means I don't have to deal with her calling or showing up again. I should prepare for that outcome. I go to my office and grab a handful of cash out of the safe, and then I make my way through the kitchen doors out into the restaurant. I hesitate before glancing at table 8. When I do, I'm relieved to see her back is to me. I calm myself with a deep breath, and then I make my way over to her. I don't want to have to hug her or fake niceties, so I let no time lag between us making eye contact and me taking a seat directly across from her. She has the same unaffected expression she's always had when she looks across the table at me. There's a small frown playing at the corner of her mouth, but it's always there. She's constantly, albeit inadvertently, frowning. She looks worn. It's only been about 13 or so years since I've seen her last, but there are decades worth of new lines that have formed around her eyes and mouth. She takes me in for a moment. I know I look vastly different from the last time she saw me, but she makes no indication that she's surprised by that. She's completely stoic, as if I'm the one who should speak first. I don't. "Is this all yours?" she finally asks, waving a hand around the restaurant. I nod. Wow. To anyone else watching us, they might think she's impressed. But they don't know her like I know her. That one word was meant as a put-down, as if she's saying, "Wow, Atlas, you're not smart enough for something like this." "How much do you need?" She rolls her eyes. "I'm not here for money." "What is it then? You need a kidney? A heart?" She leans back against her seat, resting her hands in her lap. "I forgot how hard it is to have a conversation with you." "Then why do you keep trying?" My mother's eyes narrow. She's only ever known the version of me that was intimidated by her. I'm no longer intimidated, just angry and disappointed. She huffs, and then brings her arms back up to the table, folding them together. She looks at me pointedly. "I can't find Josh. I was hoping you've talked to him." I know it's been a long time since I've seen my mother, but I can't for the life of me place anyone named Josh. Who the hell is Josh? A new boyfriend she thinks I should know about? Is she still using drugs? He does this all the time, but never for this long. They're threatening to file truancy charges on me if he doesn't show up back to school. I am so lost. Who is Josh? Her head falls back as if she's irritated that I'm not following along. Josh, your little brother. He ran away again. My brother? Brother. Did you know parents can go to jail for truancy violations? I'm looking at jail time, Atlas. I have a brother? You knew I was pregnant when he ran away. I absolutely didn't know. I didn't run away. You kicked me out. I don't know why I clarify that. She's fully aware of that fact. She's just trying to deflect blame. But her kicking me out when she did makes so much more sense now. They had a baby on the way, and I no longer fit into the picture. I bring both arms up and clasp my hands behind my head, frustrated, shocked. Then I drop them to the table again and lean forward for clarity. I have a brother? How old is he? Is he Tim's son? He's 11, and yes, Tim is his father, but he left years ago. I don't even know where he lives now. I wait for this to fully hit. I was expecting anything and everything but this. I have so many questions, but the most important thing right now is to figure out where this kid is. When was the last time you saw him? About 2 weeks ago, she says. And you reported it to the police? She makes a face. No, of course not. He's not missing. He's just trying to piss me off. I have to squeeze my temples to refrain from raising my voice. I still don't understand how she found me or why she thinks an 11-year-old kid is trying to teach her a lesson, but I'm laser focused on finding him now. Did you move back to Boston? Did he go missing here? My mother makes a confused face. Move back? It's like we're speaking two different languages. Did you move back here, or do you still live in Maine? Oh, God, she mutters, attempting to remember. I came back like 10 years ago. Josh was just a baby. She's lived here for 10 years? They're going to arrest me, Atlas. Her child has been missing for 2 weeks, and she's more worried about being arrested than she is about him. Some people never change. What do you need me to do? I don't know. I was hoping he reached out to you and that maybe you knew where he was. But if you didn't even know he existed, why would he reach out to me? Does he know about me? What does he know? Other than your name? Nothing. You were never around. My adrenaline is rushing through me so fast, I'm shocked I'm still sitting across from her. My whole body is tense when I lean forward. Let me get this straight. I have a little brother I never knew about, and he thinks I didn't care that he existed? I don't think he actively thinks about you, Atlas. You've been absent his whole life. I ignore her dig because she's wrong. Any kid that age would think about the brother they believed abandoned them. I'm sure he hates the idea of me. Hell, he's probably the one who's been... Shit. Of course. This explains so much. I would bet both of my restaurants that he's the one who has been vandalizing them. And why the misspelling reminded me of my mother. The kid is 11. I'm sure he's capable of Googling my information. Where do you live? I ask her. She practically squirms in her seat. We're in between houses. We've been staying at the Risemore Inn for the past couple of months. Go back there in case he shows up, I suggest. I can't afford to stay there anymore. I'm in between jobs, so I'm staying with a friend for a couple of days. I stand up and pull the money out of my pocket. I drop it on the table in front of her. The number you called me on the other day, is that your cell? She nods, sliding the money off the table and into her hand. I'll call you if I find out anything. Go back to the hotel and try to get the same room. He needs you to be there if he comes back. My mother nods, and for the first time, she looks somewhat ashamed. I leave her to sit in that feeling without saying goodbye. I'm hoping she's feeling at least a fraction of what she made me feel for years. What she's likely making my little brother feel right now. I can't believe this. She went and made a whole human and didn't think to tell me? I walk straight through the kitchen and out the back door. No one is in the alley right now, so I take a moment to pull myself together. I'm not sure I've ever been this stunned. Her child is out there running the streets of Boston all alone, and she waits 2 goddamn weeks before doing anything about it? I don't know why it surprises me. This is who she is. It's who she's always been. My phone begins to ring. I'm so on edge I want to throw it at the dumpster, but when I see it's Lily attempting to FaceTime me, I steady myself. I slide my finger across the screen, preparing to tell her it isn't a good time, but when her face pops up, it feels like the perfect time. I'm relieved to hear from her, even though it's only been an hour since I last saw her. I'd give anything to reach through the phone and hug her. Hey. I try to keep my voice stable, but there's a sharpness to it that cuts through. She can tell because her expression grows concerned. Are you okay? I nod. Things sort of went south after I went back to work. I'm fine, though. She smiles, but it's kind of sad. Yeah, my night went south, too. I didn't notice at first, but it looks like she's been crying. Her eyes are glassy and a little puffy. Are you okay? She forces another smile. I will be. I just wanted to say thank you for tonight before I went to sleep. I hate that she's not standing in front of me right now. I don't like seeing her sad. It reminds me too much of all the times I saw her sad when we were younger. At least back then I was close enough to hug her. Maybe I still can. Would a hug make you feel better? Obviously. I'll be fine after I get some sleep, though. Talk tomorrow? I have no idea what happened between our date and this phone call, but she looks completely defeated. She looks very similar to how I feel. Hugs take 2 seconds, and you'll sleep so much better. I'll be back here before they even know I've left. What's your address? A small grin peeks through her gloom. You're going to drive 5 miles just to give me a hug? I'd run 5 miles just to give you a hug. That makes her smile even bigger. I'll text you my address. But don't knock too loud. I just put Emmy down. See you soon.
Chapter 14. Lily. I've been out of the dating loop for a while, so if hug is code for something else, I have no idea. Surely a hug still just means a hug. I can barely work social media, much less keep up with slang. I swear, I am the most out-of-touch millennial I know. It's as if I skipped right over Gen X and into boomer territory. I'm a boomer millennial. A boolenial. Hell, my mother is a boomer and probably knows more about these things than I do. She's the one with a new boyfriend. I should call her and ask for pointers. I brush my teeth, just in case a hug is a kiss. And then I change clothes twice until I end up back in the pajamas I had on when I FaceTimed him. I'm trying way too hard to look like I'm not trying too hard. Sometimes being a woman is so dumb. I'm pacing my apartment, anxious for his knock. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I just spent 3 hours with him. Well, 1.5 if I don't count the nap I took in the middle of our date. Several dozen paces later, there's a light tap on my apartment door. I know it's Atlas, but I glance through the peephole anyway. He even looks good all distorted through a peephole. I smile when I noticed he changed too. Just his jacket, but still. He was wearing a thick black coat when we went out earlier, but now he's wearing a simple gray hoodie. Dear God, I like it so much. I open the door, and Atlas leaves 0 seconds between our first moment of eye contact and when his arms sweep me in for a hug. He holds me so tight, it makes me want to ask him what was so bad about the last hour, but I don't. I just quietly hug him back. I settle my cheek against his shoulder and revel in the comfort of him. Atlas didn't even step inside my apartment. We're just standing in the doorway, as if a hug still just means a hug. His cologne is nice. It reminds me of summer, like he's defying the cold. He seemed so concerned about smelling like garlic earlier, but all I could smell was this same cologne. He lifts a hand to the back of my head and rests it there gently. You okay? I am now. My response is muffled against him. You? He sighs, but he doesn't say he's okay. He just leaves his answer hanging in his exhale until he slowly releases me. He lifts a hand and runs his fingers down a piece of my hair. I hope you get some sleep tonight. You too, I say. I'm not going home. I'm staying at the restaurant tonight. He shakes that sentence off like he shouldn't have said anything. It's a long story, and I need to get back. I'll catch you up on everything tomorrow. I want to invite him in and make him give me all the details right now, but I feel like he'd offer them up if he were in the mood. I'm certainly not in the mood to talk about what happened with Ryle, so I'm not going to force him to talk about whatever put a damper on his night. I just wish there was a way I could make it better. I perk up when I think of something that might do the trick. Do you need more reading material? His eyes glint with a twinge of excitement. I do, actually. Wait here. I head to my bedroom and look in my box of things, searching for the next journal. When I find it, I take it back to him. This one is a little more graphic, I tease. Atlas takes the journal with one hand and then slides his other arm around my lower back and tugs me against him. Then, quickly, he steals a peck. It's so soft and fast, it doesn't even fully register that he kissed me until it's over. Good night, Lily. Good night, Atlas. Neither of us moves. It feels like it might hurt if we separate. Atlas pulls me even tighter against him, and then he lowers his lips to the spot near my collarbone where my tattoo is hidden beneath my shirt. The tattoo he doesn't even know is there. He kisses it unknowingly, and then, sadly, he leaves. I close the door and press my forehead against it. I feel all the familiar feelings of a crush, but this time those feelings are accompanied by worry and hesitation, even though it's Atlas, and Atlas is one of the good ones. I blame Ryle for that. He took what little trust I had left in men thanks to my father, and he stripped me of it. But I think this crush is a sign that Atlas might be able to give back what my father and Ryle took from me. My stomach moves from the flutters Atlas left me with to what feels like a 6-foot drop on that thought, because I know how that would make Ryle feel. The more joy I get from my interactions with Atlas, the more dread I feel about having to break the news to Ryle.
Chapter 15. Atlas. When I was in the military, I was stationed with a friend who had family from Boston. His aunt and uncle were getting ready to retire and wanted to sell their restaurant. It was called Mila's, and when I visited it on leave one year, I absolutely fell in love with the place. I can say it was the food or the fact that it was located in Boston, but the truth is, I fell in love with it because of the preserved tree growing in the center of the main dining room. The tree reminded me of Lily. If anything is going to remind someone of their first love, trees are probably the last thing you want as a reminder. They're everywhere. Which is probably why I've thought about Lily every day since I was 18. But that could also be because I still, to this day, feel like I owe her my life. I'm not sure if it was the tree or the fact that the restaurant came almost fully stocked and staffed, but I felt a pull to buy it when it became available. It wasn't my goal to own a restaurant right out of the military. I had planned to work as a chef to gain experience, but when this opportunity presented itself, I couldn't walk away from the prospect. I used the money I saved up from my time as a Marine, and I secured a business loan, bought the restaurant, changed the name, and created a whole new menu. Sometimes I feel guilty for the success Bibbs has had, like I haven't paid my dues. I didn't just inherit the staff who already knew what they were doing, but I inherited customers as well. I didn't build it from the ground up, which is why I feel a heavy amount of imposter syndrome when people congratulate me on the success of Bibbs. That's why I opened Corrigan's. I don't know that I was trying to prove anything to anyone other than myself, but I wanted to know that I could do it. I wanted the challenge of creating something from nothing and watching it flourish and grow. Like what Lily wrote in her journal about why she liked growing things in her garden when we were teenagers. Maybe that's why I feel more protective of Corrigan's than I do over Bibbs, because I created it from nothing. That might also be the reason I put more effort into protecting it. Corrigan's has a working security system and is a hell of a lot harder to break into than Bibbs. Which is why I chose to spend tonight at Bibbs, even though Corrigan's is due to be broken into if we're going by the rotating schedule this kid has developed. The first night was Bibbs, the second night was Corrigan's. He took a few days off, and then the third and fourth incidents were at Bibbs. I may be wrong, but I have a feeling he'll show up here again before going back to Corrigan's, simply because he's had more success getting into the less secure of the two places. I just hope tonight isn't one of the nights he decides not to show up. He'll definitely show up here if he's hungry. Bibbs is his better bet for food, which is why I'm hiding on the far side of the dumpster waiting. I pulled over one of the tattered chairs the smokers use on their breaks, and I've been passing time by reading. Lily's words have kept me company. A little too well, because there have been several times I've been so engrossed in the journal I forgot that I'm supposed to be on alert. I don't know for certain if the kid who has been vandalizing my restaurants is the same kid who shares a mother with me, but the timing makes sense. And the targeted insults that he's been spray painting make sense if they're coming from a kid who despises me. I can't think of anyone else who would have a good reason to be angry with me more than a little boy who feels abandoned by his older brother. It's almost 2 a.m. I check the security app on my phone for Corrigans, but there's nothing new happening over there either. I go back to reading the journal, even though the last couple of entries have been painful to read. I didn't realize how much my leaving for Boston impacted Lily when she was younger. In my mind, at that age, I felt like an inconvenience in her life. I had no idea how much she felt I brought to her life. Reading the letters she wrote back then has been a lot more difficult than I expected it to be. I thought it would be fun to read her thoughts, but when I started reading them, I remembered how cruel our childhoods were to us. I don't think about it much anymore because I'm so far removed from the life I lived back then, but I'm being thrown back into those moments from every angle this week, it seems. The information in the journal entries, my mother, finding out I have a brother, it all feels like everything I've tried running from has formed a slow leak that's threatening to sink me. But then there's Lily and her impeccable timing being back in my life. She always seems to show up when I need a lifeline. I flip through the rest of the journal and see that I'm already halfway through the last entry she made. I have very little recollection of that night because of the dreadful way it ended. Part of me doesn't even want to experience it from her point of view, but I can't not know how I left her feeling for all those years. I open the last entry and pick up where I left off. He took my hands in his and told me he was leaving sooner than he planned for the military, but that he couldn't leave without telling me thank you. He told me he'd be gone for 4 years and that the last thing he wanted for me was to be a 16-year-old girl not living my life because of a boyfriend I never got to see or hear from. The next thing he said made his blue eyes tear up until they looked clear. He said, "Lily, life is a funny thing. We only get so many years to live it, so we have to do everything we can to make sure those years are as full as they can be. We shouldn't waste time on things that might happen someday, or maybe even never." I knew what he was saying, that he was leaving for the military, and he didn't want me to hold on to him while he was gone. He wasn't really breaking up with me because we weren't ever really together. We'd just been two people who helped each other when we needed it and got our hearts fused together along the way. It was hard, being let go by someone who had never really grabbed hold of me completely in the first place. In all the time we've spent together, I think we both sort of knew this wasn't a forever thing. I'm not sure why, because I could easily love him that way. I think maybe under normal circumstances, if we were together like typical teenagers and he had an average life with a home, we could be that kind of couple. The kind who comes together so easily and never experiences a life where cruelty sometimes intercepts. I didn't even try to get him to change his mind that night. I feel like we have the kind of connection that even the fires of hell couldn't sever. I feel like he could go spend his time in the military and I'll spend my years being a teenager, and then it will all fall back into place when the timing is right. "I'm going to make a promise to you," he said. "When my life is good enough for you to be a part of it, I'll come find you. But I don't want you to wait around for me because that might never happen." I didn't like that promise because it meant one of two things. Either he thought he might never make it out of the military alive, or he didn't think his life would ever be good enough for me. His life was already good enough for me, but I nodded my head and forced a smile. "If you don't come back for me, I'll come for you. And it won't be pretty, Atlas Corrigan." He laughed at my threat. "Well, it won't be too hard to find me. You know exactly where I'll be." I smiled. "Where everything is better. he smiled back. "In Boston." And then he kissed me. "Ellen, I know you're an adult and know all about what comes next, but I still don't feel comfortable telling you what happened over those next couple of hours. Let's just say we both kissed a lot. We both laughed a lot. We both loved a lot. We both breathed a lot. A lot. And we both had to cover our mouths and be as quiet and still as we could so we wouldn't get caught. When we were finished, he held me against him, skin to skin, hand to heart. He kissed me and looked straight in my eyes. I love you, Lily. Everything you are, I love you. I know those words get thrown around a lot, especially by teenagers. A lot of times prematurely and without much merit, but when he said them to me, I knew he wasn't saying it like he was in love with me. It wasn't that kind of I love you. Imagine all the people you meet in your life. There's so many. They come in like waves, trickling in and out with the tide. Some waves are much bigger and make more of an impact than others. Sometimes the waves bring with them things from deep in the bottom of the sea, and they leave those things tossed onto the shore. Imprints against the grains of sand that prove the waves had once been there long after the tide recedes. That was what Atlas was telling me when he said, I love you. He was letting me know that I was the biggest wave he'd ever come across. And I brought so much with me that my impressions would always be there even when the tide rolled out. After he said he loved me, he told me he had a birthday present for me. He pulled out a small brown bag. It isn't much, but it's all I could afford. I opened the bag and pulled out the best present I'd ever received. It was a magnet that said Boston on the top. At the bottom, in tiny letters, it said, Where everything is better. I told him I would keep it forever, and every time I look at it, I'll think of him. When I started out this letter, I said my 16th birthday was one of the best days of my life, because up until that second, it was. It was the next few minutes that weren't. Before Atlas had showed up that night, I wasn't expecting him, so I didn't think to lock my bedroom door. My father heard me in there talking to someone, and when he threw open my door and saw Atlas in bed with me, he was angrier than I'd ever seen him. And Atlas was at a disadvantage by not being prepared for what came next. I'll never forget that moment for as long as I live. Being completely helpless as my father came down on him with a baseball bat. The sound of bones snapping was the only thing piercing through my screams. I still don't know who called the police. I'm sure it was my mother, but it's been 6 months and we still haven't talked about that night. By the time the police got to my bedroom and pulled my father off of him, I didn't even recognize Atlas. He was covered in so much blood. I was hysterical. Hysterical. Not only did they have to take Atlas away in an ambulance, they also had to call an ambulance for me because I couldn't breathe. It was the first and only panic attack I've ever had. No one would tell me where he was or if he was even okay. My father wasn't even arrested for what he'd done. Word got out that Atlas had been staying in that old house and that he had been homeless. My father became revered for his heroic act, saving his little girl from the homeless boy who manipulated her into having sex with him. My father said I'd shamed our whole family by giving the town something to gossip about. And let me tell you, they still gossip about it. I heard Katie on the bus today telling someone she tried to warn me about Atlas. She said she knew he was bad news from the moment she laid eyes on him, which is crap. If Atlas had been on the bus with me, I probably would have kept my mouth shut and been mature about it like he tried to teach me to be. Instead, I was so angry I turned around and told Katie she could go to hell. I told her Atlas was a better human than she'd ever be, and if I ever heard her say one more bad thing about him, she'd regret it. She just rolled her eyes and said, Jesus, Lily, did he brainwash you? He was a dirty, thieving, homeless kid who was probably on drugs. He used you for food and sex, and now you're defending him? She's lucky the bus stopped at my house right then. I grabbed my backpack and walked off the bus, then went inside and cried in my room for 3 hours straight. Now my head hurts, but I knew the only thing that would make me feel better is if I finally got it all out on paper. I've been avoiding writing this letter for 6 months now. No offense, Ellen, but my head still hurts. So does my heart. Maybe even more right now than it did yesterday. This letter didn't help one damn bit. I think I'm going to take a break from writing to you for a while. Writing to you reminds me of him, and it just all hurts too much. Until he comes back for me, I'm just going to keep pretending to be okay. I'll keep pretending to swim, when really all I'm doing is floating, barely keeping my head above water. Lily. I closed the journal after reading the last page. I don't know what to feel because I feel everything. Rage, love, sadness, happiness. I've always hated that I couldn't remember most of that night, no matter how hard I tried to think back on every word that was said between us. The fact that Lily wrote it all down is a gift, albeit a sad one. There were so many things about that time in my life that I was afraid she was too fragile to hear. I only wanted to protect her from the negative stuff going on in my life. But reading her words has shown me that she didn't need protecting from it. If anything, she could have helped me through it. It makes me want to write her another letter, but even more, it makes me want to be in her presence, talking about these things face to face. I know we're taking things slow, but the more I'm around her, the more impatient I am to be around her again. I stand up to take the journal inside and to grab something to drink for the wait, but I pause as soon as I come to a stand. There's a streetlight at the other end of the alley creating a spotlight on the building, and there's a shadow moving across the light. The shadow travels across the building in the other direction as if whatever is casting the shadow is coming my way. I back up a step so that I can remain hidden. Someone eventually comes into view. A kid closes in on the back door. I don't know if this kid is my brother, but it's definitely the same person I saw on the security footage at Corrigan's. The same clothes, the same hoodie tightened around their face. I remain hidden and watch them, becoming more and more convinced by the second that it's exactly who I think it is. He's built like me. He even moves like me. I'm filled with anxious energy because I want to meet him. I want to tell him that I'm not angry and that I know what he's going through. I'm not sure I was even angry at whoever was doing this before I knew it could potentially be my brother. It's hard to be angry at a kid, but it's especially hard to be angry at one who was raised by the same woman who attempted to raise me. I know what it's like to have to do what you can to survive. I also know what it's like when you do anything to get someone's attention. Anyone's. There were times in my childhood I just wanted to be noticed, and I have a feeling that's exactly what's going on here. He's hoping to be caught. This is more a cry for attention than anything. He walks right up to the back door of the restaurant without an ounce of hesitation. This place has become familiar to him. He checks the back door to see if it's locked. When it doesn't open, he pulls a new can of spray paint out of his hoodie. I wait for him to lift it, and that's when I decide to make my presence known. "You're holding it wrong." My voice startles him. When he spins around and looks up at me and I see how young he really is, my heartstrings stretch so tight it feels like they're about to pop. I try to imagine Theo out here alone in the middle of the night like this. There's still a youthfulness to the fear in his eyes. When I start walking toward him, he backs up a step, looking around for a quick escape. But he doesn't attempt to run. I'm sure he's curious about what's going to happen. Isn't this why he's been showing up here night after night? I hold out my hand for the can of spray paint. He hesitates, but then he hands it to me. I demonstrate how to hold it the proper way. If you do it like this, it won't drip. You hold it too close. Every emotion is running across his face as he studies me, from anger to fascination to betrayal. The two of us are quiet as we take in just how much we look alike. We both took after our mother. Same jawline, same light eyes, same mouths, down to the unintentional frown. It's a lot for me to take in. I've been resigned to the idea that I had no family, yet here he is in the flesh. It makes me wonder what he's feeling while he looks back at me. Anger, obviously. Disappointment. I lean a shoulder against the building, looking down at him with complete transparency. I didn't know you existed, Josh. Not until a few hours ago. The kid shoves his hands into the pockets of his hoodie and looks at his feet. Bullshit, he mutters. The hardness in him at such a young age makes me sad. I ignore the anger in his response and pull my keys out to unlock the back door to the restaurant. You hungry? I hold the door open for him. He looks like he wants to run, but after a moment of indecision, he ducks his head and walks inside. I flip on the lights and make my way into the kitchen. I grab the ingredients to make him a grilled cheese and I start cooking while he walks around slowly, taking everything in. He touches things, opens drawers, cabinets. Maybe he's taking inventory for the next time he decides to break in. Or maybe his curiosity is a cover for his fear. I'm plating his food when he finally speaks up. How do you know who I am if you didn't know I existed? This feels like it could lead to a lengthy conversation, and I'd rather have it while he's more comfortable. There isn't a table back here with seating, so I motion toward the doors that lead into the dining room. There's enough light from the exit signs that I don't have to power up the dining room lights. Sit here. I point to table 8 and he takes a seat in the exact spot our mother sat in earlier tonight. He starts eating as soon as I set his food down. What do you want to drink? He swallows and then shrugs. Whatever. I go back to the kitchen and pour him a glass of ice water and then slide into the booth across from him. He drinks half of it in one gulp. Your mother showed up here tonight, I say. She's looking for you. He makes a face that indicates he doesn't care, and then he continues eating. Where have you been staying? Places, he says with a mouthful. Are you in school? Not lately. I let him get in a few more bites before I continue. The last thing I want to do is run him off with too many questions. Why did you run away? I ask. Because of her? Sutton? I nod. I wonder what kind of relationship they have if he doesn't even call her Mom. Yeah, we got in a fight. We always fight over the stupidest shit. He eats his last bite, then downs the rest of his water. And your dad? Tim? He left when I was little. His eyes roam around the room, landing on the tree. When he looks back at me, he tilts his head. Are you rich? If I was, I wouldn't tell you. You've tried to rob me several times now. I can see the smirk playing across his lips, but he refuses to release it. He relaxes into the booth more, pulling his hoodie away from his face. Strands of greasy brown hair fall forward, and he pushes them back. His hair holds the shape of a cut that's long overdue, with sides that have grown out too long and uneven to be intentional. She told me you left because of me. She said you didn't want a brother. I have to hold back my irritation. I pull his empty plate of food and his glass toward me, and I stand up. I didn't know about you until today, Josh. I swear. I would have been around if I had. He eyes me from his seat, studying me, wondering if he can trust me. You know about me now? He says that like it's a challenge to do better, to prove his low expectations of the world wrong. I nudge my head toward the doors in the kitchen. You're right. Let's go. He doesn't immediately get out of the booth. Where to? My house. I have a room for you as long as you stop cussing so much. He raises an eyebrow. What are you, some kind of religious nutjob? I motion for him to stand up. An 11-year-old muttering cuss words all the time seems desperate. It's not cool until you're at least 14. I'm not 11, I'm 12. Oh, she said you were 11. Still, too young to be cool. Josh stands up and starts to follow me through the kitchen. I spin and face him as I back through the doors. And for future reference, you spelled asshole wrong. There's no W. He looks surprised. I thought that looked funny after I wrote it. I put his dishes in the sink, but it's almost 3 a.m, and I'm not in the mood to wash them. I flip out the lights and have Josh lead the way out the back door. When I'm locking it, he says, Are you going to tell Sutton where I am? I don't know what I'm going to do yet, I admit. I start walking down the alley, and he rushes to catch up with me. I'm thinking of going to Chicago anyway, he says. I probably won't stay more than one night at your place. I laugh at the idea that this kid thinks I'm going to allow him to run off to another city now that I know he exists. What am I getting myself into? I have a feeling my day-to-day responsibilities have just doubled. Do we have any other siblings I don't know about? I ask him. Just the twins, but they're only 8. I stop in my tracks and look at him. He grins. I'm kidding. It's just the 2 of us. I shake my head and grab the back of his hoodie, pulling it down over his head. You're something. He's smiling when we make it to my car. I'm smiling too, until I feel a sharp stab of worry in the center of my gut. I've known him for half an hour. I've known of him for a fraction of a day, yet suddenly I feel like I'll be protective of him for a lifetime.
Chapter 16. Lily. You lose your mornings after having children. I used to open my eyes and lie in bed for several minutes before grabbing my phone and catching up on everything I might have missed while I slept. I'd have a cup of coffee and then mentally map out my day while I showered. But now that I have Emmy, her early morning cry rips me out of bed, and I become her gopher before I even have time to pee. I rush to change her, rush to clothe her, rush to feed her. By the time I'm finished with morning mother duties, I'm late for work and barely have time to do those things for myself. It's why I cherish Sunday mornings. It feels like the only day of the week I get any sense of calm. When Emmy wakes up on Sundays, I always bring her back to bed with me. We lie together and I listen to her babble, and there's absolutely no rush to get up or be somewhere. Sometimes, like right now, she falls back to sleep, and I just stare at her for long stretches of time, marveling at the wonder that is motherhood. I grab my phone and take a picture of her to text to Ryle, but I hesitate before hitting send. I don't miss Ryle at all, but it does make me sad in moments like this that Ryle doesn't get to do this with us, or that I don't get to share in the joys they have together. There's nothing better than adoring the child you made with a person you made them with, which is why I always try to text him pictures and videos. But I'm still upset about last night and don't really feel like reaching out yet. I save the picture for a more peaceful day. Fucking Ryle. Divorce is difficult. I knew it would be, but it's so much harder than I anticipated. And navigating divorce with a child in the mix is a million times trickier. You're stuck interacting with that person for the remainder of your life. You have to either figure out a way to plan birthday parties together or figure out a way to be okay with having separate celebrations. You have to plan on which holidays each of you get to spend with your child, which days of the week, down to which hours of the day sometimes. You can't snap your fingers and be done with the person you married and divorced. You're stuck with them. Forever. I'm stuck dealing with Ryle's feelings forever, and frankly, I'm growing tired of always feeling sorry for him, worried for him, fearful of him, considerate of his feelings. How long am I supposed to wait before I start dating someone else without Ryle being justified in his jealousy? How long do I have to wait before I tell him I'm dating Atlas if Atlas and I become a thing? How long until I get to start making decisions about my own life without worrying about his feelings? My phone vibrates. It's my mother calling. I slide softly out of the bed to walk to the living room before answering it. Hey, can I have Emerson today? I laugh at her blatant disregard for her daughter now that she has a granddaughter. I'm good. How are you? My mother loves Emmy as much as I do. I'm convinced of that. When Emmy turned 6 weeks old, my mother started taking her for a few hours at a time while I worked. She actually stayed at her house overnight last month. It was Emmy's first night away from me since she'd been born. She had fallen asleep at my mother's, and neither of us wanted to wake her, so I went back for her the next morning. Rob and I are close by. We could come pick her up in 20 minutes. We're going to the botanical gardens. I thought it would be fun to get her out. I'm sure you could use the break. Yeah, sure. I'll get her dressed. Half an hour later, there's a knock at my door. I open it and let my mother and Rob inside. My mother beelines across the living room straight to Emmy, who is on a pallet on the floor. "Hi, Mom," I say it teasingly. "Look at this adorable outfit," my mother says, picking her up. "Did I buy her this?" "No, it's a hand-me-down from Riley, actually. It's nice that Riley is 6 months older. We haven't had to buy Emmy many clothes because Elisa gives me more than enough of Riley's. And they're always in great condition because I don't think Riley ever wears an outfit twice. Emmy is wearing the outfit Riley wore at her first birthday party. I was hoping it would eventually be passed down to Emmy because it's adorable. It's a pair of pink leggings with green whole watermelons on them and a green long-sleeved top with a pink slice of watermelon in the center of it. My mother has bought almost everything else Emmy wears, including the blue jacket I'm putting on her right now. "Well, that doesn't match her outfit," my mother says. "Where's the pink jacket I bought her?" "It's too little, and it's a jacket, and she's 1 year old. It doesn't matter if she doesn't match." My mother huffs, and I can tell by that look on her face that Emmy is going to come home in a brand new jacket this afternoon. I kiss Emmy on the cheek, and my mother heads for the door. I hand Rob the diaper bag, and he hoists it over his shoulder. "Want me to carry her?" he asks my mother. She squeezes Emmy tighter. "I've got her." She addresses me over her shoulder. "We'll be back in a few hours." "About what time?" I ask her. I don't usually clarify a time with her, but I'm thinking about asking Atlas what he's doing right now. We can maybe grab lunch since we're both off today and I'm kid-free. "I'll text you. Why? Are you going somewhere?" she asks. "I figured you'd just catch up on sleep." I don't dare tell her I might sneak away to meet a guy. She'd ask me questions well past the botanical garden closing hours. "Yeah, I'll probably just sleep. I'll keep my phone on, though. Have fun." My mother is out the door and down the hallway, but Rob pauses and looks at me. "Make sure you park your car in the same spot. She'll notice if you move it, and she'll ask questions." He winks, a clear indication that he can read me better than she can. "Thanks for the heads up," I whisper. I close the door and go find my phone. I've been rushing to get Emmy dressed and out the door, so I haven't looked at my phone since I hung up with my mother. I have a missed call from Atlas from 20 minutes ago. My stomach flips with anticipation. I hope he's off today. I use my phone camera to check my appearance, and then I call him back over video chat. I hated when he called me over video chat the first time, but now it feels like the natural thing to do. I always want to see his face. I like seeing what he's wearing and where he's at, and the faces he makes when he says the things he says. I'm already smiling when I hear the sound that indicates he's answered the call. He lifts the phone, and when I finally make out what I'm looking at, I can see he's standing in an unfamiliar kitchen. It's white and bright and different from the kitchen I remember when I visited his house almost 2 years ago. "Morning," he says. He's smiling, but he looks tired, like he either just woke up or is about to fall asleep. "Hey." "Sleep well?" he asks. I did, finally. I squint my eyes, trying to see past him. "Did you remodel your kitchen?" Atlas glances over his shoulder and then looks back at me. "I moved." "What? When?" "Earlier this year. Sold my house and got a place closer to the restaurant." "Oh, that's nice. Closer to the restaurant means closer to me. I wonder how far apart we live now." "Are you cooking?" Atlas aims his phone at his countertop. There's a pan of eggs, a pile of bacon, pancakes, and 2 plates. 2 glasses of juice. My heart drops. "That's a lot of food," I say, attempting to hide the immense jealousy running through me. "I'm not alone," he says, panning the screen back to his face. My disappointment must be clearly written all over me because he immediately shakes his head. "No, Lily, that's not—" He laughs and seems flustered. His reaction is adorable, but not entirely reassuring yet. He holds the phone up a little higher until I can see a person standing behind him. I'm not sure who's with him, but it isn't another woman. It's a kid. A kid who looks just like Atlas, and he's staring right at me with eyes that look identical to Atlas's eyes. Does he have a child I don't know about? What is going on? She thinks I'm your son, the kid says. You're freaking her out. Atlas immediately aims the phone back at his own face. He's not my son. He's my brother. Brother? Atlas moves the phone so that I'm looking at his brother again. Say hi to Lily. No. Atlas rolls his eyes and shoots me an apologetic look. He's kind of a jerk. He says that right in front of his little brother. Atlas, I whisper, shocked at every part of this conversation. It's okay. He knows he's a jerk. I see the kid laugh behind him, so I know he knows Atlas is kidding. But I am so confused. I had no idea you had a brother. I didn't know either. Found out last night after our date. I think back on last night and how it was obvious something was bothering him about the text he received, but I had no idea it was a family issue. I guess this explains why his mother was trying to contact him. Sounds like you have a lot to work through today. Wait, don't hang up yet, he says. He walks out of the kitchen and into another room for privacy. He closes a door and sits down on his bed. Biscuits still have about 10 minutes. I can chat. Wow, pancakes and biscuits? He's a lucky kid. I had black coffee for breakfast. Atlas smiles, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. He seemed like he was in a good mood in front of his brother, but now that I have him alone, I can see the stress in the way he's holding himself. Where's Emmy? He asks. My mother has her for a few hours. When it registers that we're both off work and I don't have Emmy, he sighs like he's bummed. You mean you actually have a free day? It's okay. We're taking it slow, remember? Besides, it's not every day you find out you have a little brother. He dives a hand through his hair and sighs. He's the one who has been vandalizing the restaurants. I startle at that comment. I need to hear more of this story. That's why my mother tried calling me last week, to see if I'd heard from him. I feel like a dick for blocking her number now. You didn't know? I'm standing in my living room, but I want to sit down for this conversation. I walk to the couch and set my phone on the arm of it, propping it up with a pop socket. Did he know about you? Atlas nods. Yeah, and he thought I knew about him, which is why he was taking out his anger on my restaurants. Other than the thousands of dollars he cost me, he seems like a good kid. Or he at least seems like he has the potential to be a good kid. I don't know. He's gone through a lot of the shit I went through with my mother, so there's no telling what that's done to him. Is your mother there too? Atlas shakes his head. I haven't told her I found him yet. I spoke to a friend of mine who's a lawyer, and he said the sooner I tell her the better, so she can't use it against me. Use it against him? Are you wanting to get custody of him? Atlas nods without hesitation. I don't know if that's what Josh wants, but there isn't another option I could live with. I know what kind of mother she is. He mentioned wanting to find his father, but Tim is even worse than my mother. What kind of rights do you have as his brother? Any? Atlas shakes his head. Not unless my mother agrees to let him live with me. Not looking forward to that conversation. She'll say no just to spite me, but... Atlas releases a heavy sigh. If he stays with her, he won't have a chance in hell. He's already harder than I was at that age. Angrier. I'm afraid of what that anger might turn into if he doesn't gain some stability in his life. But who's to say I'm capable of something like this? What if I fuck him up more than my mother has? You won't, Atlas. You know you won't. He accepts my reassurance with a quick flash of a smile. That's easy for you to say. You're a natural at this whole raising kids thing. I just fake it well, I say. I have no idea what I'm doing. No parent does. We're all full of imposter syndrome, winging it every minute of the day. Why is that both comforting and terrifying? He asks. You just summed up parenthood with those 2 words. He exhales. I should probably get back in there and make sure he isn't robbing me. I'll call you later today, okay? Okay. Good luck. The way Atlas silently mouths the word goodbye in return is sexy as hell. When I end the call, I fall onto my bed and sigh. I love the way I feel after I talk to him. He makes me giddy and energized and happy, even when the call is as shocking and chaotic as that one was. I wish I knew where he lived. I'd go give him a drive-by hug like the one he gave me last night. I hate that he's dealing with this, but at the same time, I'm happy for him. I can't imagine how alone he's felt since I met him, not having a single family member in his life. And that poor kid. It's like Atlas all over again, as if one kid feeling that unloved by their mother wasn't enough. My phone chimes, indicating I have a text. I smile when I see it's from him. I smile even bigger when I see how long the text is. Thank you for being the most comforting part of my life right now. Thank you for always being the beacon I need every time I feel lost. Whether you mean to shine on me or not. I'm grateful for you. I've missed you. I absolutely should have kissed you. I'm covering my mouth with my hand when I finish reading it. I'm filled with so much emotion, I don't know where to put it. Josh is lucky to have you in his life now. Within seconds, Atlas hearts my text. Then I send another one. And you're right. You absolutely should have kissed me. Atlas hearts that text, too.
Chapter 17. Atlas. Josh doesn't trust me, but I'll wear him down. I'm willing to bet he doesn't trust anyone, so I'm not taking it personally. If his childhood is anything like mine was, I'm sure he's been toughened at the age of 12 in a way that no kid should be familiar with. As much as he glares at me with distrustful eyes, I can also sense that he's curious about me. He doesn't ask many questions, but he watches me in a way that makes it obvious he has a million questions on the tip of his tongue. For whatever reason, he keeps swallowing them down. He's probably wondering why I went so easy on him last night after finding out he's the one who damaged my restaurants. He's also probably wondering why I didn't know about him, and how I turned out so vastly different from my mother and Tim. Whatever he's wondering, he's attempting to keep a tight lid on his expressions. I don't want to make him feel uncomfortable, so I've been doing most of the talking while he eats breakfast. It's not that hard. I have just as many questions for him as he does for me. It's one of the reasons I couldn't sleep last night when we finally made it to my house. I kept listening for the sound of him trying to sneak out of the house. I was honestly shocked he was still here this morning. As much as my questions are probably annoying him, I can remember what it was like to be 12. All I wanted was for someone to be interested in who I was, even if they were faking interest. If his life is anything like mine was, he's gone 12 years being ignored, and I refuse to allow him to feel that way under my roof. But I've only been asking him safe questions. I'll ease into the more difficult stuff. Josh eats one thing at a time, a biscuit first, then bacon. He's cutting into the pancakes for the first time when I say, "What are you interested in? Any hobbies?" He takes a bite, and one of his eyebrows raises a bit, but I don't know if it's because of the food or my question. Why? Why am I asking what you're interested in? His neck is stiff when he nods. I've missed 12 years of your life. I want to know who you are. Josh breaks eye contact and forks more pancakes into his mouth. Manga, he mutters. That surprises me, but thanks to Theo, I actually know what manga is. What's your favorite series? One Piece? He shakes his head, erasing that answer. No, Chainsaw Man is probably my favorite. That's about as far into that conversation as I can go without sounding ignorant. We can go to a bookstore later today if you want. He nods. These are good pancakes. Thanks. I watch him take a drink of his juice, and when he sets the glass down, he says, "What are you interested in?" He nods toward the plate. Other than cooking. I don't know how to answer that. Most of my time is given to my restaurants. Whatever time I have left over is spent on house repairs, laundry, sleep. I like the cooking channel. Josh chuckles. That's sad. Why? I said besides cooking. It's a harder question than I thought now that it's being thrown back at me. I like museums, I say, and going to the movies, and traveling. I just don't do any of those things. Because you're always working? Yeah. Like I said, sad. He leans over his plate to catch another bite of pancake. The get-to-know-you questions are backfiring, so I cut right to the chase. What was your fight about? He shrugs. Half the time, I don't even know what the hell I'd do wrong. She just gets mad for no reason. I can relate to that. I let him eat for a while before I pose another question. Where have you been staying? Josh doesn't look at me. He scoots food around on his plate for a moment and then says, Your restaurant? His eyes slowly journey back over to mine. You have a really comfortable couch in your office. You've been sleeping inside the restaurant? For how long? 2 weeks. I'm in shock. How have you been getting in? You don't have an alarm at that one restaurant, and I finally figured out how to pick the lock after a few tries. Your other restaurant was too hard to get into, though. You know how to pick... I can't help but laugh. Brad and Darren are going to love saying I told you so. Why'd you go from sleeping there to vandalizing it? Josh looks at me reluctantly. I don't know. I guess I was mad. He pushes his plate away and leans back in his chair. What now? Do I have to go back to her? What do you want to happen? I want to live with my dad. He scratches at his elbow. Can you help me find him? I want to find Tim about as much as I wanted to find my mother, which is not at all. Do you know anything about him? I think he lives in Vermont now. I just don't know where. When's the last time you saw him? A few years ago, but he doesn't know where to find me anymore. Josh looks every bit his age right now. A fragile kid, abandoned by his father but refusing to lose hope. I don't want to be the one to rip that from him, so I just nod. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. But for now, I need to let your mother know you're okay. I have to call her. Why? If I don't, this could be considered kidnapping. Not if I'm here willingly, he says. Even if you're here willingly. You aren't old enough to decide where you want to live, and right now, your mother has legal custody of you. He grows visibly irritated. He stabs at his breakfast with a scowl but doesn't take another bite. I step away to call Sutton. I unblocked her number after she left my restaurant last night in case she needed to get in touch with me. I dial her number and put the phone to my ear. After a few rings, she finally answers with a very groggy hello. Hey, I found him. Who is this? I briefly close my eyes while I wait for her to wake up and remember her son is missing. After a few quiet seconds, she goes, Atlas? Yeah. I found Josh. I can hear rustling from her end like she's hopping out of bed. Where has he been? I really don't want to answer that. I know she's his mother, but I feel like it's none of her business where he's been, which is an unusual opinion to have. I'm not sure where he's been, but he's with me now. Listen, I was wondering if he could stay here for a while, maybe give you a break. You want him to stay there with you? The way she puts the emphasis on that last word makes me wince. This is going to be harder than I thought. She's the type of person who fights for the sake of fighting, no matter what outcome she really wants. I could enroll him in school and make sure he attends, I offer up. Take the truancy heat off you. It's quiet on her end, like maybe she's contemplating that. Such a martyr, she mutters. Bring him back. Now. She ends the call. I attempt to call her back 3 times, but she sends the calls to voicemail. It didn't sound promising, Josh says. He's standing in the doorway of the kitchen. I'm not sure how much he heard on my end, but at least he couldn't hear her end. I slide my phone in my pocket. She wants you back today, but I'll call a lawyer tomorrow. Hell, I'll call Child Protective Services if you want me to. There's just not much I can do on a Sunday. Josh's shoulders drop when I say that. Will you at least give me your phone number? He asks that like he's scared I'm going to say no. Of course. I'm not going to abandon you now that I know you exist. He picks at a hole in his sleeve, avoiding eye contact with me when he says, I wouldn't blame you for being mad at me. I cost you a lot of money. You did do that, I say. Those croutons were expensive. Josh laughs for the first time this morning. Dude, those croutons were fucking delicious. I groan. Don't use that word. The Rismore Inn is clear on the other side of Boston. It takes us 45 minutes with traffic to get there, and it's not even a weekday. When we pull into the parking lot, Josh doesn't immediately get out of the car. He just sits quietly in the passenger seat, staring at the building like it's the last place he wants to be. I wish I didn't have to return him to his mother, but I put in another call to my lawyer friend this morning after talking with Sutton. He said if I want to go about this the right way without her having ammunition against me, the only thing I can do is return him. And then, if I want to take her to court, he said I need to get a lawyer and go through the process. Anything done outside the process could be a mark against me. Apparently, you can't just kidnap your sibling, even if you know they're in danger. I wanted to explain all of this to Josh in more detail, to let him know I'm not just abandoning him with her. But he's so hell-bent that he's going to live with his dad, I'm not sure he even wants to live with me. And I'm not sure I'm prepared to raise a little brother, but as long as I'm alive, there's no way I can willingly leave him in this woman's permanent custody without at least trying. Until I can figure out what to do next, I don't want him to find himself in a situation where he has no food to eat or no money to extend their hotel stay. I pull out my wallet and hand him a credit card. Can I trust you with this? Josh looks at the credit card in my hand and his eyes grow a little wide. I don't know why you would. I've spent the last 2 weeks trying to destroy your businesses. I push the credit card toward him. Use it for basic necessities. Food, minutes for your phone. We stopped on the way here and got him a prepaid phone so he could stay in touch with me. Maybe some new clothes that fit. Josh reluctantly takes the credit card out of my hand. I don't even know how to use one of these. You just swipe it, but don't tell Sutton you have it. I point at his phone. Hide it between your case and your phone. He pops the case off his phone and puts the credit card inside of it. And he says, "Thank you." He puts his hand on the car door. Are you coming to talk to her? I shake my head. It's probably best if I don't. It'll probably just make her angrier. Josh sighs and then gets out of the car. We stare at each other for a few seconds before he finally closes the car door. I feel like such a dick bringing him back here. But I have to do this the right way. If I don't return him, she could file charges on me, and knowing her, she probably would. It's best if I just leave him for today, and then as soon as the week begins tomorrow, I can make phone calls and figure out what I can do to move him in with me. I know if he stays here with her, he isn't going to have a chance in hell. I lucked out finding Lily. She saved my life. But I'm not sure there's enough luck in the world for both of us to be saved by a random stranger. I'm all he has. I remain in my car as Josh makes his way across the parking lot. He walks up the stairs and knocks on the second door from the end. He looks over his shoulder at me, so I wave right as the door swings open. I can see the rage in Sutton's eyes all the way from my position in the parking lot. She immediately begins yelling at him, and then she slaps him. My hand is on the door handle before Josh even has a chance to react to the slap. Sutton's hand is now gripping Josh's arm as she yanks him into the hotel room. I'm several feet away from my car when I see him trip over the threshold and disappear into the room. I'm taking the stairs 2 at a time, my heart racing. I reach the door before she even closes it. Josh is still trying to scramble to his feet, but she's hovering above him, scolding him. I could have gone to jail, you little shit. She has no idea I'm behind her. I wrap my arm around her waist and pull her away from Josh by picking her up and dropping her onto the mattress behind me. It happens so fast she's too shocked to react. I help Josh to his feet. His phone is a few feet away on the floor, so I grab it and hand it to him, then urge him toward the door. Sutton realizes what's happening and she jumps off the bed. She's following us out the door. Bring him back! I feel her hands on me now. She's yanking at my shirt, trying to get me to stop or move aside so she can get to Josh. I urge him forward. Go to the car. He continues toward the stairs, and then I stop walking and spin around to face her. She sucks in a quick gasp after seeing the absolute fury in my eyes. Then she slaps her palms against my chest and shoves me. "He's my son," she yells. "I'll call the police." I release an exasperated laugh. I want to tell her to call the police. I want to scream at her. But most of all, I want to get Josh away from her. She's not going to ruin his life on my watch. I don't even have the energy to say anything to her at all. This woman isn't worth my words. I just walk away, leaving her screaming at me like old times. Josh is already sitting in the front seat of my car when I make it back. I slam my door and grip my steering wheel with both hands before starting the car. I need to calm myself down before I get back on the road. Josh seems unusually calm for what just happened. It makes me wonder if that's an average interaction between them because he isn't even breathing heavily. He's not crying, he's not cussing, he's just watching me. And I realize how I react in this moment is quite possibly something he'll absorb for a lifetime. I slide my hands down the steering wheel and calmly exhale. Josh's cheek is red, and there's a small gash on his forehead that's bleeding. I retrieve a napkin from the glove box and hand it to him, then flip the visor down so he can see where to wipe. "I saw her slap you, but where'd the cut come from?" "I think I hit the TV stand." "Slow and steady, Atlas." I put my car in reverse and back out of the parking lot. "Maybe we should swing by the emergency room and have them check out your cut. Make sure you don't have a concussion." "It's okay. I can usually tell when it's a concussion." He can usually tell? I clench my jaw as soon as he says that. I realize I have absolutely no idea what kind of hell this kid has already been through, and I was about to send him right back into the fire. "Better to be safe," I say. But what I mean is, better to get this documented in case we need proof of her abuse at a later date.
Chapter 18. Lily. It's been 5 days since I've seen Atlas. I try not to stress over how busy we are because I know it'll get better once I'm comfortable enough to let him spend time around Emmy. But the responsible thing to do is let Emmy's father know when I start seeing someone else before I bring anyone around her. It's just frustrating that the responsible thing to do is also a terrifying thing to do. I plan to put it off for as long as possible. There's no shame in being patient. The flower shop is understaffed this week with Lucy's upcoming wedding, and Atlas has been dealing with legal stuff regarding custody, running 2 businesses, and taking care of a kid. On top of all that, the fever my mother had last week turned into the full-fledged flu, so she hasn't been able to watch Emmy at all. I've brought her with me 2 out of the 3 days I've worked this week. It's just been a week from hell, too busy to even get a drive-by hug. Ryle and Marshall took the girls to the zoo today. Emmy is more than likely too young to enjoy it, so it should make for an interesting day for Ryle. The custody exchange was fine this morning, even though we haven't spoken since our conversation on the roof last week about her middle name. He was a little curt, but I prefer his curtness to the subtle passes he sometimes still makes at me. Elisa is working with me today since she doesn't have Riley. She just returned with coffee now that we're caught up on everything. We got all our orders out with a delivery truck an hour ago, so this is the first time we've actually had time to speak in private since my date with Atlas last week. Elisa hands me my coffee and then taps the mouse on the computer to check for new online orders. "What are you wearing to Lucy's wedding?" I ask her. "We're not going." "What?" "We can't. It's my parents' 40th wedding anniversary. Ryle and I are doing that surprise dinner." She told me about that, but I had no idea it was the same day as Lucy's wedding. "It's the only evening Ryle could get away," she says. I deflate. I hate Ryle's schedule. I know it'll get better over time when he's no longer one of the newest surgeons on staff. But even when his hours aren't making custody difficult, he's making my best friend choose between a wedding and her parents. I know it's not Ryle's fault, but I like silently blaming stuff on him that he has no control over. It feels good. "Does Lucy know you aren't going?" Elisa nods. "She's fine with it. 2 less mouths to feed." She takes a sip of her coffee. "Are you taking Atlas?" "I didn't invite him. I thought you and Marshall were going, and I didn't want to ask you and Marshall to lie for me again." I felt bad that I asked Elisa to watch Emmy last week for my date because I knew she'd have to lie to Ryle if it came up. And she did end up having to lie to him. "When are you planning to tell Ryle you're back on the dating scene?" I groan. Do I have to? He'll find out eventually. I wish I could just pretend I was dating some guy named Greg. I don't know that he'd be as threatened by a Greg. Maybe I don't have to be specific about who I'm dating, and he won't be as angry. I'll ease him into the knowledge of it being Atlas after a decade or two. Elisa laughs, but then she looks at me curiously. Why does Ryle hate Atlas so much anyway? He didn't like that I kept mementos from back when Atlas and I dated. Elisa is staring at me, waiting. What else? I shake my head. There's nothing else. What do you mean? Did you cheat on Ryle with Atlas? What? No, God, no. I never would have done that to Ryle. I'm a little offended by her question, but then again, I'm not. Ryle's reaction would naturally make anyone question what led to that kind of reaction. Elisa's eyes are swimming in puzzlement. I still don't get it. If you weren't actively cheating on him with a guy, why does Ryle hate him? I release an exaggerated sigh. I've asked myself that 1,000,000 times, Elisa. She makes an annoyed face only siblings could reserve for each other. I never wanted to ask because I thought you were ashamed that you cheated on my brother and just didn't want to tell me. I haven't even kissed Atlas since I was 16. Ryle just couldn't handle that my past sometimes crept into my present in an absolutely platonic way. Wait, you haven't kissed Atlas since you were 16? She latched on to the absolute wrong point of this conversation. Not even on your date last week? We're taking it slow, and that's fine by me. The slower we take things, the more time it gives me before I have to break it to your brother. I think you should just rip off the Band-Aid. She points at my phone on the counter. Text Ryle right now and tell him you're dating Atlas. He'll get over it. He doesn't have a choice. This is something I need to tell him in person. You're too considerate. You're too naive. If you think Ryle is going to get over it, you don't know your brother very well. I've never claimed to. Elisa sighs and drops her chin into her hand. Marshall told me he told you I cheated on him. I am so glad she's changing the subject. Yeah, that was a shock. Drunken mistake. I was 19. Nothing counts before you turn 21. I laugh. Is that right? Yep. She hops on the counter and starts swinging her legs. Tell me more about Atlas. Tell me like I'm your best friend and not your ex-husband's sister. And we're back to this conversation. That was a quick break. You sure this isn't awkward for you? Why, because Ryle is my brother? No, not awkward at all. He should have been nicer to you, and then you wouldn't have to date Greek gods. She wiggles her eyebrows with a grin. So, what's he like? He seems mysterious. He's not, really. Not to me. I can feel the smile wanting to spread across my face, so I let it. He's so easy to talk to, and he's kind. He's Marshall kind, but not as outgoing. He's more reserved. He works a lot, and I have Emmy all the time, so it's been hard to make time for anything together. Plus, he just found out he has a little brother this week, so his life is kind of chaotic right now. Texts and phone calls are our